pixels and streams. There's a jolly figure, or so it seems, with a belly round and a heart so grand. He's the YouTube grifter, the joy of the land. Oh, he's as fast as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. He's got a knack for stories, both wild and true. With a twinkle in his eye, he'll entertain you. From baking fails to epic wins, he's the gift that keeps on giving. Let the fun begin. Oh, he's as fat as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. He's got around your screens, and don't be shy. He's got a tale to tell and a pie in the sky. With every click and every view, he's spreading holiday spirit just for you. Oh, he's as fat as Santa, but he comes all year, bringing laughter, joy, and a bit of cheer. Not just once in December, but every single day. Our YouTube grifter in his own special way. So here's to the grifter, our digital friend. May his joy and laughter never end. With a ho, 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 and a hearty cheer. Merry Christmas to all, and a Happy New Year.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what, if any, you might be. Hey, Skybell, and Carly, Helena T, Kalsu, and Katie Bradley. I finally got to it. Mr. Fedorowski, new video out on his channel this morning. Kersey, good morning. Danny T, Betsy, Becky, Ginger with a soul. Well, we will try and entertain you a little bit then. Tash, Kathy Bennis, Wyoming, Los Estados Unidos, Nikkei, Colorado Mountain Girl, Mr. Zachariah, and Rihanna Morgan Thomas. I had a wonderful time with my kid, and yes, happy second day of Christmas to you as well. Good morning, Luna. American Dreamer. And Simei. Krista, good morning. Oh, Buttface, good morning. And hello, June. And Edward Scott. Gingers have lots of souls. They get a freckle for every soul they steal. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Sue and Christine and Rose. Chapich. Hello. And Mac in Florida. Today, as I have promised, I would read the complaint by Blake Lively. For those of you who don't know Blake Lively that well, she is Miss Deadpool. I think she's survived a shark attack once. I think that's about as much as I really know about her filmography. But apparently something went down on the film set of a movie that she's now complaining about. I have watched this covered by Peter Tragos and some other people. And as you can see in my title, I'm tiptoeing into this because in Denmark we have a saying that you're getting wise by being heard, or something like that's translated. Because we had a situation a few years back where another woman accused, that was her former husband, I don't think we can say the name, still on YouTube, accused her former husband of a lot of troublesome behavior, a lot of attacks. There's a reason why I have a bottle of Maker's Mark. And when everything came to the trial, the story kind of shifted, because then we found out that she might not have been the angel she portrayed herself as. In this case, a lot of people have jumped on the notion that the defendant has hired parts of JD's defense team, and I think just as wrongly surmises from that well, they can only protect people who are wrongfully Me Too'd. That's, to me, is just as stupid as saying you trust every woman. We need to see the facts, and what I'm going to read today is her truth, because in courtrooms, before we go before the judge, before we hear all the evidence, there's A and B's truth. It's the only place that you have either side have their truth. We're going to read it. I'm going to read what's in it. It's 80 pages. I'm going to be hoarse like I'd been at a Rammstein concert. When I'm done, we'll take some breaks. Hopefully you will participate a little bit in discussing it. It's not... There's some stuff in it. I read parts of it, and it seems weird. But again, remember, this is her truth. This is written for her side. All the legal technicalities, please go see Peter Triggers has a great video about it. I don't know the ins and outs of the law. I am not a lawyer. I am a barely functioning baker with an IQ that's a little bit lower than my shoe size, and I wear a size 44. Other than that, I will read what's put in here. I will do the same as I do in other trials. I will read it. We can discuss it, but it's one-sided. And as O-Line Red points out, yes, there's a lot of stuff in here, but again, we don't know if there's also other receipts. We have to keep an open mind, because I have been, and this is going to sound probably to some of you a little bit weird, I have been horrified by the way that the CEO guy in New York has been treated. All of us who is watching this day in, day out, are used to going into trials saying, hey, there's the presumption of innocence. This guy is being touted from everywhere, from the Twit to the news, as guilty. And no one's guilty until they've been found guilty in the court of law. I know there's a lot of receipts in here. The parts I've read, yes, it paints a picture of a very unhealthy workplace environment. But again, I wasn't there, so I don't know for sure. But what we are going to read now will show, in my opinion, that something wasn't right on that set. And I haven't seen him come out and fire back with his receipts, so I don't know. I really don't know. Yes, I know it's not a lawsuit, it's a complaint as well, so it's different. But again, O-Line Red, please bear with me. I am not a lawyer. I'll just read the complaints, and I'll still believe that that we need to hear both sides before we crucify anyone. And please, to those of you who have watched all the coverage, know all the stories, do me a favor, because I'm going to spend the next 2 hours reading this. Don't spoil it, or else spoil it right now, and I'll go back playing Warhammer, and we can have a great day. Well, I am a crook. Oh, you're cute. Yes, and which is also because it is a complaint over how the workplace, even though they had an agreement, didn't uphold that agreement. That's I think it's a 9.5. Again, this is her complaint. Let's see it. What it is. Um, no, because that won't be televised. It'll be in New York, so it won't be televised. The only part I will, I'm very disturbed that they did that perp walk where everyone showed up, even the mayor needed to walk next to him. They did the television coverage from the courtroom. We couldn't get, we couldn't even get television coverage of your former president in a courtroom, but this guy who everyone knows is guilty. To me, when I see that, maybe that's the inert stupidity in me, because when I see everyone going right, I will run left, probably right off a cliff. Well, it will. It is in a contract. No, I am not I'm not spicy today. I'm just laying all the groundwork because we have been through a Me Too case that everyone in the mainstream media and everywhere was 100. And to this day, I saw a tweet about it yesterday. Is 100% sure she was right. So again, believe all women after it's proven in court. Yeah, and to me that's and maybe it's because of the Delphi and all of the stories we hear about this. Finding a guy in a McDonald's a day later and everyone could recognize him because of the eyebrows. Ah, color me. It's kind of like I've seen that picture where he's been perp walk with Lee Harvey Oswald. Put make any inferences from that you want. Yeah, it actually looked kind of like Lex Luthor. Yes, and that's why back when everyone was saying, "Why don't you want to discuss with Plevin about the Karen Reed case?" Said, "I will. Everything that's filed in court, we can discuss." But Plevin made a good theory yesterday that it was Qui-Gon Jinn who did it. Yeah, but Plevin is late in French. Thank you, Katie. I'm always nice to you. Well, I didn't cheat on you. I gave you new people. So now you can cheat on me. Read Megan's book. Which Megan? I'm not sure. Yes. And as a father of two women, says I can also say I might have caught them in a little fib now and again. Thank you, Simi, for gifting a Broken Baker membership to Susan B. Womack. Timmy. I don't know why that name just came to mind. And thank you, Coffee Nut, for jumping over here. But let's get to it. Thanks for yesterday. I really appreciate it. Funny enough, it's my first 4.5 hour stream in a very long time. Guess what? Which stream was the first one I had partially monetized? Yesterday, because YouTube don't like streams over 4 hours. So stupid. But it'll be cleared up. Hey, 80s. You don't have a book yet? Can write a book about a little baby baker and his crime-fighting teddy bear that I can steal and then publish. Do the Steve Gosney and go into books. But let's get to this. I'm not going to read all of the lawyers. There's a lot of them. Blake Lively sues or is a plaintiff against a lot of entries: sexual harassment, retaliation, failure to investigate, prevent, and/or remedy harassment, retaliation, aiding and abetting harassment and retaliation, breach of contract, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, false light, invasion of privacy, interference with prospective economic advantage. So that's what the complaint is about. On January 4th this year, prior to resuming filming of It Ends With Us, following guild strikes, an all-hands meeting was convened to address the hostile work environment that had nearly derailed production of the film. Attendees of the meetings included Justin Baldoni, who is the co-chairman and co-founder of Wayfarer Studios, as well as the director, executive producer, and actor in the lead role of Ryle Kincaid, Jamie Heath, the chief executive officer of Wayfair and producer of the film, Ains Gianatti, the film's representative for its distributor, Sony Pictures, Axel Sachs, a producer on the film, Todd Black, a producer, and Blake Lively, who played the role of Lily Bloom in the film. Miss Lively, also had the agreed upon right to have a representative present. She chose her husband, given that the meeting was about repeated sexual harassment and other disturbing behavior by Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. Lying is not exclusive to women. Just ask Baker. Hey, Laura, I never lie. You are just mad that I told the truth about Arizona, that it's not a real place. No, everyone lies. But the only ones who had a blanket statement, trust all women. And that's too stupid that anyone should say that. And please, if anyone has anything very important, because I am reading on this screen, do the red thingy or something so my eyes might be drawn if you have something really important. And please, I should put that in a banner because maybe people come in. Bum, bum, bum. Whip. No, he's set up to do it every 45 minutes, and he did it right as we ended yesterday. So he'll be popping in soon. Hey, Irish and Rage Crochet, and hey, Volstorm. Well, I don't know if it's Volstorm. As I said, it could be the next AD, and it could be that she's right in everything. But I looked at it, and I was kind of, I don't know what's up and down. I know the expert is the TMC of LawTube, so him and the Valkyrie will probably cover it. So I'm going to steal his thunder on this case. Hey, Beth and Chelsea. Yeah. As discussed in details below, Ms. Lively was forced to address concerns about Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's misconduct with them directly, and began doing so months before filming began. The concern she raised was not only for herself, but for the other female cast and crew, some of whom has also spoken up. The January 4th meeting occurred only after Wayfarer had rebuffed Ms. Lively's efforts repeatedly. During the January 4th meeting, the parties discussed in detail the inappropriate conduct that Ms. Lively, her employees, and other cast and crew experienced at the hands of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. After the list below was reviewed and discussed in its entirety, all parties present agreed that the outlined conduct would cease. These 11 points are: no more showing nudes, videos, or images of women, including producer's wife, to Blake Lively and or her employees. No more mentioning of Mr. Baldoni's or Mr. Heath's previous pornographic addiction or Blake Lively's lack of pornographic consumption to Blake Lively and to other crew members. No more discussions to Blake Lively and or her employees about personal experience with SMECs, including as it relates to spouses or others. No more mention to Blake Lively or her employees of personal times that physical consent was not given in sexual acts as either the abuser or the abused. No more description of their own genitalia to Blake Lively. No more jokes or disparaging comments to be made to Blake Lively and or her employees about HR complaints Wayfair had already received on set or about missing the HR meeting. No more inquiries by Mr. Baldoni to Blake Lively's trainer about her knowledge without her knowledge and consent to disclose her weight. No more mention by Mr. Baldoni of him speaking to Blake Lively's dead father. No more pressing by Mr. Baldoni for Blake Lively to disclose her religious belief or unsolicited sharing of his. If Blake Lively and or her infant is exposed to the coof again, Blake Lively must be provided with immediate notice as soon as Wayfair and or any other producer becomes aware of such exposure without her needing to uncover days later herself. An intimacy coordinator must be present at all times when Blake Lively is on set in scenes with Mr. Baldoni. Oh, it wasn't only 11. No more personal, physical touching of or sexual comments by Mr. Baldoni or Mr. Heath to be tolerated by Blake Lively and or any of her employees, as well as any female cast or crew without their express consent. No more improvising of kissing. All intimate touch must be choreographed in advance with Blake Lively and an intimacy coordinator. No more biting or sucking of lip without BL's consent. And all intimate on-camera touch and conversation must be in character, not spoken from Mr. Baldoni to BL personally. BL to have a representative on set at all times and with a monitor during scenes involving nudity, sexual activity, or violence with Mr. Baldoni. All actors participating with Blake Lively in intimate scenes involving her being in any state of or simulated nudity must be classified as active working actors, not friends of the director or producers, and must be pre-approved by BL. No more filming of any BL nudity without a fully executed SAG-compliant nudity rider in place. Any such footage already shot without this rider in place and in direct violation of SAG requirements may not be used without BL and her legal representatives' prior written consent. Any scene with BL or another performer depicting the character of Lily that involves nudity or simulated SMECs must be conducted strictly in accordance with the above referenced nudity rider and must adhere to the BL-approved script. An intimacy coordinator must be on set for all scenes involving nudity and or simulated SMECs and must have a monitor to ensure compliance. No monitors to be viewed or accessible on set or remotely during closed set scenes except by BL-approved essential crew and personnel. No more entering, attempting to enter, interrupting, pressuring, or asking BL to enter her trailer or the makeup trailer by Mr. Heath or Mr. Baldoni while she is undressed for any reason. No more private multi-hour meetings in BL's trailer with Mr. Baldoni crying with no outside BL-approved representative to monitor. No more pressing by Mr. Baldoni to sack any of BL's employees. Producer Alex Sack to be given standard rights, inclusion, and authority per her job description and as represented to BL when signing on. Sony must have an active daily role in overseeing physical production for the remainder of the film to monitor safety for cast and crew, schedule, logistics, problem solving, and creative. Engagement of an experienced producer to supervise the safety of the cast and crew, schedule, logistics, problem solving, and creative for the remainder of the shoot. Examples: Todd Lieberman, Elizabeth Cantillion, Mira Yoon, Lynette Howell, don't know them. Engagement of a BL approved A-list stunt double to perform Lily in scenes with Mr. Baldoni involving rape and or violence. BL to perform only close-up work or work from a BL pre-approved shot list in scenes with Mr. Baldoni involving sexual violence. No more adding of smack scenes, oral smacks, or on-camera climaxing by BL outside the scope of the script BL approved when signing onto the project. No more asking or pressuring BL to cross physical picket lines. No more retaliatory or abusive behavior to BL for raising concerns or requesting safeguards. An in-person meeting before production resumes with Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heat, Miss Sachs, the Sony representative, the new producer, BL and BL spouse Ryan Reynolds to confirm and approve a plan for implementation as of the above that will be adhered to for the physical and emotional safety of BL, her employees, and all of the cast and crew moving forward. So those were the 30 complaints that they talked about in the meeting in January. Sounds like they pushed the line after she tried to comply. Yeah, there's a lot of. She probably said no, but they say, "Hey, come on!" And as O-line Red said, "Well, she just needs money, so that's why is this a problem?" Well, this is Harvey Weinstein territory, if this is to be believed. You go in and you say yes to do an underwear shoot, and you end up with a cactus up your butt because someone's saying, "Hey, you can make this could be really good for your career if you just do this." It's probably something like that. Probably some instructors who forgot that the little black couch, which is still in full effect in Hollywood, isn't officially in effect in Hollywood. I don't think it has been released yet. She probably needs to go through all of the required steps to get out of her contract. Her contract is probably very ironclad, but it relies on all the SAG Screen Actor Guild approved, because they made a lot of rule changes after Harvey Weinstein. So it probably relies heavily on them being followed, and that's why they mentioned them. And probably the reason they have Sony there is because Mr. Baldoni have no money, but Sony has all the money if they can't clean up the set. This meeting was an essential step in a process the parties had agreed to several months before to allow the cast and crew to safely resume production of the film. In mid-November, the parties had agreed in written to implement a list of protection enumerated in a contract entitled Protections for Return to Production, attached hereto as Exhibit A, which includes 17 provisions designed to require Wayfair to cease the unsaid behavior of Mr. B and Mr. H. One of those provisions required an all-hands meeting to confirm and approve a plan for implementation of certain protections that will be adhered to for the physical and emotional safety of Ms. Lively, her employees, and all cast and crew moving forward. Exhibit A, paragraph 17 maybe. After receiving the document, Wayfair responded that Wayfair, Sony, and production respectfully acknowledge that Ms. Lively has concerns regarding safety, professionalism, and workplace culture. Although our perspective differs in many aspects, ensuring a safe environment for all is paramount, irrespective of differing viewpoints. Regarding your outlined request, we find most of them not only reasonable, but also essential for the benefit of all parties involved. See subnote 1. Wayfair ultimately confirmed this obligation to abide by all of the protections for return to production in a contractual rider executed on January 19th, which is Exhibit B. At the end of the January 4th meeting, having discussed at length the details of concern that had been expressed by Ms. Lively and others, the parties agreed to implement and follow the protections for return to production to ensure that the film could be completed, marketed, and released safely and successful. And it was. Production of the film resumed on January 5th and concluded on February 9th. The film has been a resounding success. Oh, so it has been released. I don't know. I don't watch these movies. What's the name of the movie? What was the name of the movie? Let's see how well it did. All hands. No, that's an all hands meeting. If it ends with us. It ends with us. Box office. Oh, yeah, it was a success. Per the box office tracker, It Ends With Us had a worldwide box office tally of 345,833,324 dollars against the 25 million production budget. So this is a huge success. Even if you say that normally you say you have the production cost and then you have the PR cost, so you double the production cost. So that's 50 million. Then it earns 6 times the amount it costs. So it is a massive success. Never heard about it. It was a novel or something. I never read it. So it was terrible. Well, again, I don't know. Yeah, apparently not very well adapted from the book. 3 stars on Netflix. Well, I don't trust any of these reviews, so. I remember the buzz about them not doing the press junkets together. I don't know. I don't watch it. Well, no, 340 million is roughly what it made after taking production cost out. So you were right. Hey, it was styled as this generation's Romeo and Juliet. It's Romeo and Juliet is one of the most overdone movie tropes because every love story is a Romeo and Juliet, even Titanic. Because just like in Romeo and Juliet, the woman makes sure the man die before. Well, not in Titanic, she doesn't do it, but still, in Romeo and Juliet, she makes sure that the man kills himself before she unalives herself. Women says. Well, yeah, more about that later. Let's just say that because that's one of the things people are saying. Well, he went overboard here, but there's also I'll when we do that. No, but yeah, but again, she was on a workplace. They should just have left her alone then if they did something. I don't know. My daughter and I really liked it. It was upsetting at times, but I thought it was well done. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I used to watch a lot of movie channels, and everyone just turned into Star Wars is horrible, Disney is crap, and no, it depends on who you are. I really like Moana. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I like Moana. I think it's a good little nothing movie. I liked Han Solo. A lot of people, well, didn't like the robot, but don't like anything Phoebe Waller-Bridges does. But yeah, sometimes just watch it, and because we don't, it's the same with boyfriends or girlfriends. We don't all like the same. No one likes me. January 4th, the movie had been a resounding success. Leading up to and in connection with the release of the film during the summer of 24, Blake and fellow cast member promoted the film in accordance with the marketing plan created and delivered by the film's distributor, Sony, which is summarized in the talking points as attached here through in Exhibit C. Ms. Lively and other cast members were under a contractual obligation to render promotional services in accordance with the marketing plan. The marketing plan directed the cast to focus more on Lily's strength and resilience as opposed to describing the film as a story about DV, and to avoid talking about the film that makes it feel sad or heavy. It's a story of hope. See Exhibit C at 2. And as a footnote, Mr. Baldoni himself launched the marketing plan by hosting the first press event in early May, a month before any other cast did any promotion. In the days leading up to the film's release, Mr. Baldoni abruptly pivoted away from the film's marketing plan and the types of publicity activities in which he had previously participated. What the public didn't know was that Mr. Baldoni and his team did so in an effort to explain why many of the film's cast and crew had unfollowed Mr. Baldoni on social media and were not appearing with him in public. To that end, he and his team used domestic DV survivor content to protect his public image, as described further in detail below. That's the thing I hate, that you don't follow me any longer on Twitter, there must be beef. I know they're professionals and everyone should go, oh, I love him, he's my producer, and that's why I follow him. It's fake, all of it. What the public also did not know was that this was the beginning of a multi-tiered plan that Mr. Baldoni and his team described as social manipulation designed to destroy Miss Lively's reputation. That plan was backed by virtual unlimited resources. Wayfair's co-founder, co-chairman, and leading financier is a multi-billionaire, Steve Sarowitz, who divulged at the film's New York premiere on August 6th that he was prepared to spend $100 million to ruin the lives of Miss Lively and her family. With that backing, Mr. Baldoni and his Wayfair associates embarked on a sophisticated press and digital plan in retaliation for Miss Lively exercising her legally protected right to speak up about their misconduct on the set, with the additional objective to intimidate her or anyone else from revealing in public what actually occurred. And this is one of the things that people have noticed, because she's claiming that they used a media strategy to hurt her, and some see this as her media strategy to hurt him. So again, it's a little bit both sides. Who is Mr. Heath? He is a friend of the director and a co-producer. I don't know. Again, it has to be proven. I am never having any pity parties. I'm just stating the truth. Also, is sexual harassment subjective if it's a romance scene? Well, that's why Hollywood instituted the intimacy coordinators after the Weinstein debacle, that they had someone there to make sure that no tips touched anything, no tips were allowed to, that everything was talked to. You can turn a half on the radio dial on the right chesticle, but only a quarter on the left chesticle. All of that has been implemented, that it's more scripted than wrestling. Can I put my hand here? Can I uh, touch there? Can I kiss this and that? All of that has been changed since the Weinstein, because a lot of people came forward and said, well, we felt we were forced to go too far. So we have these intimacy coordinators. That's why we have closed sets in most movies nowadays when they are doing smack scenes, have closed sets. So all the pictures of actors in undressed state doesn't get leaked on the internet. So there's a lot of rules, but again, it's her side of the story. Uh, this is from after a meeting with lawyers. As we read in the beginning, they had a meeting with lawyers the 4th of January. Exactly. And we're just, again, I'm preferencing all the time because this could be the new JDAH case. I don't know. It could also be the new Harry Weinstein case. Someone forced someone to do something. I'm not taking sides. I'm just reading what's on the paper. Yes, that's the job of the intimacy coordinator, and that's why she probably also wanted a body double to do them. So yeah, yeah, the little Mhm. Could be. I don't know. Could also be shades of Harvey Weinstein. Let's see. I haven't seen much of a reply to it. So yeah, yeah. Never hug me, not even after asking. I don't like hugs. On July 31st, following the recommendation of their publicist Jennifer Abel, Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni retained a crisis communication specialist named Melissa Nathan and her company, the Agency Group. Mr. Nathan, Miss Nathan, delivered a proposal to Mr. Baldoni, which included a website to discuss full Reddit, full social account takedowns, full social crisis team on hand for anything, engage with audience in the right way, start threads of theories, discuss this in a way to be fully 100% protected. Miss Nathan also proposed the creation of a social fan engagement to go back and forth with any negative accounts, helping to change narrative and stay on track. Per Miss Nathan, all of this will be most importantly untraceable. And this is where I find there might be smoke coming from the fire. As Miss Abel described it, the plan was to engage in social media mitigation and proactive fan posting to counter the negative as well as social manipulation. Ms. Lively obtained the communication set forth in this complaint through legal process, including a civil subpoena. This plan went well beyond standard crisis public relations. What Ms. Nathan proposed included a practice known as astroturfing, which has been defined as the practice of publishing opinions and or comments on the internet, in the media, etc., that appear to come from ordinary members of the public but actually come from a particular company or political group. Astroturfing, Cambridge, that doesn't matter. And this is where, if this is proven, this is where things could be a little bit lopsided. We've seen this in election cycles. Both sides pay people, normal people, to go out and say, oh, we love this guy or this girl because they are the greatest ever. And the day after the election, all of these people forget who they even promoted the week before. We have seen it in the Karen Reed case, where people claim Turtle Boy is paid by Karen Reed. People claim that the MSP has Caffey Daffy on some kind of arrangement. What's the truth, if any? I don't know, but still, we see it, and we've seen it with video games earlier, with movies earlier, where they had fans that they paid go out and promote stuff and talk about how wonderful all of it was, even before it was released. Which is funny that they saw any of that. I believe the crappy Tolkien series on Amazon, paid YouTube talking heads, Grace Randall types, to go out and have an opinion how wonderful it was. They took them to a special viewing, gave them goodie bags and stuff like that, paid for a trip. That's the Astroturfing campaign comes in. It's often when they know we have a really crappy, expensive product, let's get a bus going. It's the same if you want to pay me to like Zach, I would also promote Zach and say his fish is at least 3 inches. Read the complaint for yourself. It details egregious abuse. We are reading the complaint. So don't worry, Pamela, we'll get there. Yes, and of course, if she broke contract without a legal reason, she would have been sued. That's how you do. I don't know who that is. There was a lot of backlash against Blake several weeks ago about her being snippy in interviews, a mean girl, etc. According to this filing, it was all coordinated. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying when you read that stuff, and again, keep an open mind. It's a filing from one part of a complaint. It's not a lawsuit, but still, astroturfing is very, very used in Hollywood to either attack an actor or try to boost a movie that's crap. You'll see it a lot. They'll spend a lot of money. It's actually funny that they never really got, well, not as far as I know. If any of you watch Geeks and Gamers on Erotic, that they never really tried to get any of those people to promote a product, because which they probably wouldn't disclose. They would lose credibility, but they are very massive channels. That's the ones that you'll say, hey, I'll give you $100,000 if you will promote the next Star Wars episode, because you have been hating every Star Wars up until now. Can I buy you for $100,000? And you'll go out and tell everyone it's great, because you'll make that money back if Neurotic told all of his fans to go watch the new Star Wars movie. On August 2nd, TAC circulated a scenario planning document to Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and others, which described preparations and strategy. Should Ms. Lively and her team make her grievances public, the scenario planning document, and is attached here through as Exhibit D. To get ahead of this narrative, Ms. Nathan's plan proposed strategies to advance misleading counter-narratives, including pushing Nathan's narrative that Ms. Lively has less than favorable reputation, proposing to explore planting stories about the weaponization of feminisms, and misleadingly blaming Ms. Lively for production members' job losses. See Exhibit D at 2 and 3. And here's a text message which is from Justin Baldoni. You can't see it. Well, I can probably embiggen it. This is supposedly from Justin Baldoni, and I can't see who the other, that'll probably be later. Morning, not in love with the document they sent. Not sure I'm feeling the protection I felt on call. This is the first time I'm personally gone through scenario planning with them, so I think let's them discuss the thinking behind the document and the actual process and protocol of how they implement these things. That's the most important part of this, is how quickly they can shut things down and place stories in your favor. Be honest on this call and let's give real feedback to each point. Yeah, just feels like very much like there is not much defense, and also them feeling strong like she's going to do something just a bit concerning what everyone had originally thought. Initially, Mr. Baldoni expressed concern that TAC's written plan was insufficient, aggressive to protect him. Writing to Mr. Heath and Miss Abel, he said he was not in love with the document they sent. Not sure I'm feeling the protection I felt on the call with Miss Nathan and her colleagues. In response, Miss Heath attempts to reassure Miss Baldoni that they had found the right people for his campaign. And Mr. Heath's word, the most important part of this is how quickly they can shut things down and play stories in your favor. I've been doing jury duty for 13 years now. You will be amazed how many people think no one will ever have access to their phones. It's the same with just go the last 2 weeks breakdown in the Karen Reed community. See how many DMs have been leaked, because as a creator, if you write me on on Discord, I have an assumption that you know that the rules are we don't leak this. Apparently, you can't do that anymore because everyone is leaking everything. And yeah, of course, sometimes you shit talk someone behind the scenes because maybe you are in a bit of a foul move. People will do the most stupid stuff. I have had criminals recording their crime on their phone that we were shown in court. People are idiots because people are too used to having this, and no one is going to touch this. Then someone gets access to it through a legal complaint, and everything's open. But it's also a little bit of a problem that you can't communicate with anyone and keep it secret. Yeah. Schnork says sex fish are way bigger. I'm only repeating what Schnork said. Maybe you do know better. Well, I've seen the pictures. This is also along the lines of what Sophie Turner did to Marilyn Manson. I didn't really follow that case either. Oh, I missed that one. Nothing like putting in writing. Don't put this in writing. Exactly. And a lot of people will do that. Hey, don't tell anyone. But that's why I like the new thing that Apple have, even though you can't. That where you have an option to record a call that will say this call is being recorded, because then it's in compliance with most of the laws in the US that people have to acknowledge, not acknowledge, but if they have been informed, they can turn off the phone and not tell people that they are going to do a crimes. I'm not leaking. Never. Never write anything you don't want made public in DMs. Well, and that's a problem because I might have a different tone to some of my mods if I need something done real quick. And maybe Jemima gets mad that I don't like her support of the Jedi Resistance, and she starts leaking that, ruining my public image. I have to sue her for income and damages, and it's going to be a whole lot of a problem. I don't leak those pictures. I have them framed on my wall because it's like when you got that instruction in the army about venereal diseases, and you sat there and said, "Oh my God, this looks horrible." That's what I get every time I see your pictures. Oh, he has a podcast as well. I never heard about them. Well, that's the problem. You have to do that nowadays. Later that day, Miss Abel and Miss Nathan exchanged the following text messages, expressing that Mr. Baldoni wants to feel like Miss Lively can be buried. And that's a problem, writing it like that, in my opinion. Miss Abel and Miss Nathan agreed that, of course, they would do just that, but could not say so in writing. We can't write it down to him. We can't write, "We will destroy her." Imagine if a document saying all the things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands. And we have the receipts. From Jennifer Abel to Melissa Nathan, you can of course do that, but I don't think he needs to know. Go into confidentiality. I can't say that word. Send you something. He's texting me and Jamie. Oh, Jamie's in on this on the side just to arm you before this call. I think you guys need to be tough and show the strength of what you guys can do in these scenarios. He wants to feel like she can be buried. Of course, but when we send over documents, we can't send over the work we will or could do because that could get us in a lot of trouble. We can't write it down to him. We can't write, we will destroy her. We will go to this. We will do this. We will do this. We will do this. What? He has to look at it as an information document for us to be armed with. That's all. Imagine if a document saying all these things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands. Miss Nathan followed this by assuring Miss Abel, we can bury anyone, but I can't write that to him. Yeah, but again, I will be tough, very tough. A few days later, on August 5th, Mr. Baldoni set the narrative for the social media campaign, sending Miss Abel a screenshot of a thread on X that had accused another female celebrity of bullying women. Mr. Baldoni stated, "This is what we would need." Can I read better? No. This is Haley Bieber's history of bullying many women, not just Selena Gomez, throughout the years. Thread. This is what we would need. Yes, I literally just spoke to Melissa. Jamie and Melissa is in on this. About this on the break, about what we discussed last night for social and digital. Focus on Reddit, TikTok, Instagram. Miss Abel responded that she had just spoken to Melissa about what we discussed last night. Focus on, with reassurance that Miss Lively would be destroyed and buried. Wayfarer and Mr. Baldoni directed Miss Nathan and her team to actively engage in their retaliatory social manipulation campaign. In the weeks and months that followed, with the direction and approval of Wayfarer and Mr. Baldoni, the team engaged in a sophisticated, coordinated, and well-financed retaliation plan. The retaliation campaign relied on more than just publicists and crisis managers spinning stories. They also retained subcontractors, including a Texas-based contractor named Jet Wallace, who weaponized a digital army around the country from New York to Los Angeles to create seed and promote content that appeared to be authentic on social media platforms and internet chat forums. The Baldoni Wayfarer team would then feed pieces of this manufactured content to unwitting reporters, making content go viral in order to influence public opinion and thereby cause an organic pile-on. To safeguard against the risk of Miss Lively ever revealing the truth about Mr. Baldoni, the Baldoni Wayfarer team created, planted, amplified, and boosted content designed to eviscerate Miss Lively's credibility. They engaged in the same technique to bolster Mr. Baldoni's credibility and suppress any negative content about him. Was there no? On August 10th, the day after release of the film, Miss Nathan's team reported that they had started to see a shift on social, due largely to Jet and his team efforts to shift the narrative against Miss Lively. Hey team, so far, extremely limited pickup on Daily Mail or Page 6. We continue to keep an eye out and send pieces as needed, but so far it's been steadily coverage on pure speculation. We've also started to see a shift on social, due largely to Jet and his team's effort to shift the narrative towards shining a spotlight on Blake and Ryan. Again, we continue to send links and screenshots, but wanted to send an update in the meantime. The same day, Ms. Nathan noted that as part of this shift, the majority of socials are pro-Justin, and I don't even agree with half of them. Lol. That's what it says in this one. Ms. Nathan then bragged to Ms. Abel that Mr. Baldoni doesn't realize how lucky he is right now, by which they were referring to their successful efforts to shut down stories that would have revealed how Mr. Baldoni's behavior, including sexual connotation on set, had made casting crew beyond Miss Lively uncomfortable. Did I miss anything? Did he make Bieber? Yeah, there's something. Yeah. After the height of the Me Too, Baldoni launched the Man Enough podcast, a place that explores what it means to be a man today and how rigid gender roles have affected all people. Well, it's always the biggest saints who are the biggest sinners, isn't that? Yeah. Again, if it's true. Yeah, if this, so far I don't see some of the telltale you normally see, but they can have a great crisis team on their hands as well. Normally you will see that some spacing or the fonts is a little sloped or something like that. So, but I don't know. Remember thinking how weird it was that everyone suddenly hated her. Turns out I thought it was weird because it was manufactured. Zach is slightly interested. But why only now come out with it? That's what I find a little dubious. Probably because the movie is over and she probably had her paycheck. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. Oh, he did a TED talk as well. Well, that's why I readily admit I am not a good guy. He doesn't realize how lucky he is right now. We need to press on him just how effing lucky. The whispering in the ear of the sexual connotation, like Jeebus effing cripes. Other members feeling uncomfortable watching it. I mean, there's just so much. And again, if this is related to his conduct, yes. If it's something that someone is saying made up, I don't know. I'd like to see it in context, but it's sent within 25 seconds. So I don't know. Less than 1 week later, they again bragged about how they had shut down stories regarding HR complaints on set. On August 15, Melissa Nathan remarked that this went so well. It was genius. So, okay, we have the 4 majors standing down on HR complaints. I have to call you and tell you how it's genius. So, okay, we had the 4 majors standing down. I think we are fine on that bit. On August 16, Ms. Nathan circulated a Daily Mail article entitled String of hard to watch videos that had surfaced following tone-deaf Q&A to promote It Ends With Us could tarnish 36-year-old star's golden Hollywood image for good. To which Ms. Abel responded, "Wow, you really outdid yourself with this piece." And Ms. Nathan replied, "That's why you hired me, right? I am the best." Is Blake Lively set to be cancelled? A string of hard-to-watch videos that have surfaced following tone-deaf Q&A to promote The Ends With Us could tarnish her golden Hollywood image for good. Awkward encounters between Lively, who shares 4 children with Ryan Reynolds, and journalists in recent years are being shared across social media. Read more. Justin Baldoni address friction on set of It Ends With. This is just the same. As their own words reveal, the purpose of this social manipulation plan was twofold. It aimed to both conceal the pattern of harassment and other misconduct by Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and Wayfair, and retaliate against Miss Lively by battering her image, harming her business, and causing her and her family severe emotional harm. Millions of people, including many reporters and influencers who saw these planted stories, social media posts, and other online content, had no idea they were unwittingly consuming a crisis PR, astroturfing, and digital retaliation campaign created and funded by Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair to hurt Miss Lively. That is precisely the goal of an astroturfing campaign, to light the fire and continue to stoke conversations secretly, blurring the line between authentic and manufactured content and creating viral public takedowns. As laid out in the complaint, the Baldoni Wayfair led public attacks on Miss Lively was the intended result of a careful, crafted, coordinated, and resourced retaliatory scheme to silence her and others from speaking out about the hostile environment that Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heat created. As such, it was not only uncons- con, con, I, that word I can't say, and breach a contract, but also illegal under both state and federal law. Ms. Lively brings this action to hold Wayfair and its leaders, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heat, and Ms. Sarowitz, accountable for the ongoing 5. Ms. Lively is informed and believes that Mr. Baldoni and his associates has additional astroturfing plans that they have prepared and are ready to launch at a moment's notice. Retaliation, threats, and harm they have caused Ms. Lively, other cast and crew, and all of their families. So this is the complaint highlights. That's the story about why we're doing that, and or why she is filing this. And Betsy said she asked her daughter her opinion. They both sounded like horrible people. I don't know any of them. I know she played Miss Deadpool. I don't know who he is. Valhalla Wade Baker is writing the letter. You write him before he visit you. I don't know what that is. Blake Lively had a ton of bad publicity recently. She is struggling not being more popular than her husband. He skyrocketed because of his Deadpool role. She's struggling to keep up. She's a 36-year-old lady in Hollywood. Her career is going down. That's just how it is. It's like being a girlfriend of Leonardo DiCaprio. Once you hit 25, you're out. Bum, bum, bum. Unconscionable. I don't know. I have no skin in the game. Never ever saw a movie with Blake Lively. I just saw Deadpool and Wolverine. She's not trying to keep up with Ryan. They chose long ago not to work at the same time so they can raise their children. That's just ridiculous. Yeah, I know she has said her kids were more important, and because of his success, she could better choose her roles. And why do I look like I'm so red? Well, I don't know. My camera's effing up. I don't think she's ever been bigger than Ryan Reynolds. She was big, well, big-ish. Her and Jessica Alba and that, but she's kind of the only one who's left from that crop of actresses. Well, Rosie McGowan, but sadly, that's the truth of Hollywood. That the wall comes fast for you, and they don't want to bank on ladies who is a little bit past 35. It's ridiculous because they can be just as good as anyone else if you just write the problem is Hollywood is really lazy in creating good movies. They try to do that. We'll just put a woman in it and make a James Bond with a woman. That's not what people want. They want a good story with a woman in it, written for a woman lead actor. There's a ton out there, but sadly Hollywood is just doing the thing where we'll just put a woman in it. Ghostbusters doesn't become a good movie just because it's 4 women instead of four men. No, you have to write movies for the right people, and I for one think that there should be way more written for it. And I just think Hollywood is lazy. They do that stupid stuff where, let's just take a man's role and put a woman in it and everything will be fine. No, it won't, because it's not believable that a 120-pound woman could beat me up. Even with the most martial art training, I just have to hit her once and I put her through a wall. It's not believable. Write a good, smart woman who. I could see a movie like The Man from Uncle, or you could also have a very good, like Mission Impossible, but tone down the physicality and make it more about the brains. Um, I could uh, I could see good female leads in that, but sadly, Hollywood don't want women. They just want women to be the eye candy or do crappy movies. Did anyone watch Salt with who was it? Brad Pitt's ex-wife. Such a terrible movie, which could have been good. It could have been a spy thriller, and they wanted to make it into an action movie. She was believable as Lara Croft because she used a lot of pew pews and stuff like that, but she was 20 years older. It's not that believable. Uh, I like Two Guys and a Pizzeria. Two Guys and a Girl and a Pizzeria. I like that show. Uh, we always heard about how funny her and Ryan was because they always made fun of each other, and they seemed like one of the few normal couples in Hollywood. So Angelina Jolie, yes. Women are easy to write for. Think of a man and take away reason and responsibility, but that doesn't make a good movie, Vince Clotho. Uh, yeah, and they should have made her more of a thinking spy than an action spy. I would have liked that more like there's a lot of you could write a lot of good roles, but the problem is whenever they try and make it, they turn it into something like the Acolyte in Star Wars, where uh, it's just stupid because they don't want to make a good movie. They want to make a strong female representation, and I don't know any of these strong female they are representing. I grew up with a mother who was one of the most badass women I've ever met, and she hated watching stuff like that because she didn't see herself in any of that crapiola. Well, back to it. Ask real fighters who are women. Gina Carano has even said fighting a man would, who knows even a sliver of fighting would destroy a female fighter. Height and weight is a big difference in a fight. Plus, I'm a fatto, but I do have a little bit of muscle under me. If I can put my weight on you, and I can, because my muscle and sinews are made to fight. Female are not. Even though Gina Carano is big for a woman, she would be Zach's size in real life. And Zach can't find the fish over 6 inches. Salt wasn't as bad as most of the ones that have come out in the last couple of years. Looking back at it, it certainly could have been worse than it was. Yes, I'll agree. Modern movies, modern leading female roles are crap because they want to have a man, but they put a woman in it. That's how I see them. They totally miss what makes women very intriguing in movies, because men, you can use our physicality, but we are kind of dumb sometimes because we choose to use these before we use that. And you can make a very, very smart woman, but they are just afraid to show, because then, oh, women can do the same as men. Why should they? We are diverse. We have strengths and weaknesses. Why not embrace that in movies? But I'm an old relic. I'm an old fart. I like that men and women are different. It doesn't mean they shouldn't have the right to do whatever they want. As I told my daughters, whatever you want in life, fight for it, because you have the same right as everyone else. But still, there's differences between the men and female. It's biology. Use it. I think they could do way better instead of just let's make James Bond a woman and do the exact same things. No. Then you have to change the MO. Factual background. This is a lot of the background for the Wayfarer studio. Baldoni launched it with Mr. Sarowitz. He's the guy with all the money. And Mr. Heath serves as Wayfarer's chief executive officer. Yeah, Sarowitz is the financier, and Mr. Heath, and Baldoni are all close personal friends. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath has many platforms, including the Man Enough podcast, with the co-host Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath have positioned Wayfair as a male feminist platform that explores gender roles, dismantles toxic masculinity, and creates a safer and judgment-free society for women. Let me tell you something, especially young female out there who doesn't watch my channel. If any man tells you he's a male feminist, run. If any man tells you, I am just here to remove toxic masculinity, run twice as fast. Those people are some of the worst creeps I have ever met. And trust me, I think if I should look at someone who is a toxic male, it's probably Valhalla with his life history of being a badass guy who deployed to a war zone. That's what they call toxic masculinity. I would put all of the women in this chat in a room without a piece of cloth on with Valhalla, and none of you would be touched. None of you. He would fight to the death to protect each and every one of you. I hate this toxic masculinity. I'm a toxic male as well. What's toxic masculinity? In their eyes, it's a man who says, I am here to protect you. We don't create safe spaces. We are the safe space. We are the ones, like I told my daughter when she hooked up with the idiot who lives with her, I'll treat him nicely until the day you tell me I can do what I want with him. Then I'll kick his ass no matter how old I get. Don't trust a male feminist. A male feminist is one of the worst persons. A man who will tell you how other men are toxic, you better run. That guy will do horrible things to women because it's probably a beta male who could not land a girlfriend even if he was made out of gold. And those people are, in my opinion, some of the worst people. Just look at the people who have claimed to be, oh, I'm an ally. I am a non-toxic masculine person. Stay away from them. Find yourself a big, stupid man filled with toxic masculinity, and you'll be safe. Stay away from all the wimpy little twinks with, oh, I just believe all women and I'm an ally. Sorry. I hate those guys. Hey, Pokemon. I'm yelling at toxic masculinity, and Chad is talking about hot chocolate and peppermint. Yeah, because real men don't tell you they're an ally. You know it when you're around them. Well, he is the first woman ever, like Jennifer Lawrence was. But I would trust Valhalla with each and every one of you because I've met him. He's a stand-up guy, but in the eyes of all these feminists, he would be the worst person in the world. Baldoni serves not only as the co-founder and co-chairman of the studio that financed and ran production on It Ends With Us, he also served as director, executive producer, and co-lead actor playing the role of Ryle Kincaid. As studio head and director, all actors, crew, and staff on the film, including Miss Lively, answered to Mr. Baldoni. In his word, he was the leader. who sat at the top of this totem pole, while Sony was the distributor releasing the film. Wayfarer was responsible for the production, and Wayfarer was led by Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. Production on the film began early May 23 and lasted until it was suspended mid-June 23 due to the Writers Guild of America strike. During that time, Miss Lively and other cast and crew experienced invasive, unwelcome, unprofessional, and sexual inappropriate behavior by Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, because Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath held all leadership positions on the production. They answered to no one and brushed off or ignored the concerns Miss Lively and others expressed. Mr. Baldoni ignored well-established industry protocol in filming intimate scenes, and exploited the lack of controls on the set to behave inappropriately. He failed to adhere to guild rules as well as Miss Lively's contract and standard industry safety protocols with respect to nudity and intimate scenes, which the Screen Actors Guild and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA, acknowledge place performers in a uniquely vulnerable situation. Quick guide for scenes involving nudity and simulated smacks. You can go see it there. Such safeguard ignored by Wayfarer included providing performers with appropriate notice of nudity and simulated smacks and ensuring that consent is given free of pressure or coercion. Signed nudity riders are in place, spelling out the parameters of nudity or simulated smack scenes. Safe and secure working conditions that are not detrimental to a performer's health, safety, and moral and career. Subsection 7, ID. Oh, it's just the same as number 6. And 5, the use of an intimacy coordinators to observe intimate scenes. Without these protections in place, Mr. Baldoni improvised physical intimacy that has not been rehearsed, choreographed, or discussed with Miss Lively, with no intimacy coordinator involved. For instance, Mr. Baldoni discreetly bit and sucked on Miss Lively's lower lip during a scene in which he improvised numerous kisses on each take. Mr. Baldoni insisted on shooting the full scene over and over again, well beyond what would have been required on an ordinary set and without advanced notice or consent. Well, just like her, you are the first woman ever. Well, I met the Valkyrie. She would beat anyone up just to get to beat up Valhalla afterwards if he did anything. And I'm more afraid of her than I am of Valhalla. On another occasion, Mr. Baldoni and Miss Lively was filming a slow dance scene for a montage in which no sound was recorded. Mr. Baldoni chose to let the camera roll and have them perform the scene, but did not act in character as Ryle. Instead, he spoke to Miss Lively out of character as himself. At one point, he leaned forward and slowly dragged his lip from her ear and down her neck as he said, "It smells so good." None of this was remotely in character or based on any dialogue in the script, and nothing needed to be said because, again, there was no sound. Mr. Baldoni was caressing Miss Lively with his mouth in a way that had nothing to do with their roles. When Miss Lively later objected to this behavior, Mr. Baldoni's response was, "I'm not even attracted to you." Mr. Baldoni inserted improvised gratuitous cheapest sexual content and or scenes involving nudity into the film, including for an underage character in highly unsettling ways. After Miss Lively, oh, I was a sneeze that didn't want to come out. After Miss Lively signed on to the movie based on a draft on the script, Mr. Baldoni, without Miss Lively's knowledge or consent, personally added graphic content, including a scene in which Miss Lively was to orgasm on camera. When Harry Met Sally. It's not that hard. When Miss Lively objected to these additions, Miss Baldoni insisted he had added them because he was making the film through the female gaze. Any man who sees things through the female gaze, you better run. Although he agreed to remove the scene, he made a last-ditch attempt to keep one in which the couple orgasms together on their wedding night, which he says was important to him because he and his partner climax simultaneously doing intercourse. Well, your wife that fast? Mr. Baldoni then intrusively asked Miss Lively whether she and her husband climax simultaneously doing intercourse, which Miss Lively found invasive and refused to discuss. See you later, Brian. Enjoy the family. Yeah, that's unless he's boinking tips, because then 30 seconds is 30 seconds, no matter. Maybe they become this gross, or they can let their freak fly because they have a lot of money. You see a lot of stupid behavior when people have money. Merry Christmas, Stace. On the day of shooting the scene in which Miss Lively's character gives birth, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath suddenly pressured Miss Lively to simulate full nudity, despite no mention of nudity for this scene in the script, her contract, or in previous creative discussions. Mr. Baldoni insisted to Miss Lively that women give birth naked, and that his wife had ripped her clothes off during labor. He claimed it was not normal for women to remain in their hospital gowns while giving birth. Miss Lively disagreed, but felt forced into a compromise that she would be naked from below the chest down. Generally, nudity below the waist in film utilized a small piece of nude fabric glued around the female actor's genitalia to provide some minimal privacy without disturbing the shot, because that fabric is not able to have visible straps from profile camera angles. That's why it's. I have been at 2 births. 2. One of the few things that didn't happen was the kid's mom tried to rip off her clothes. Did any of you ladies do that? She has 4 kids, legendary. Good one, Nico. So I guess there won't be a sequel in that, as it ends with this lawsuit. Well, to be honest, my daughter calls me and says, "Mom told me," and you women lie. You lie a lot. Mom said she didn't complain. Well, I remember it differently. She said she didn't want anesthesia. Well, she was yelling for it just before you came out. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's experienced that with his wife while they were climaxing simultaneously. I mean, I've birthed naked, but if I was in a hospital, I would have kept the gown on. All women I know who were in hospitals were gowned. Yeah. If you're doing the home in the pool thing, yeah, I understand, because it's your husband there and the midwife. But at the hospital, you're in a gown because you'll walk around, you do stuff. I worked in a labor and delivery ward for 7 years. Never heard of anyone ripping their gowns off. No, it's kind of like women. Women are preoccupied with everything else than saying, "Oh, take this off me." Yeah, if it is a water birthing thing, there's a reason to do it, but it doesn't seem like it. Um, when the birth scene was filmed, the set was chaotic, crowded, and utterly lacking in standard industry protections for filming nude scenes, such as choreographing the scene with an intimacy coordinator, having a signed nudist writer, or simply turning off the monitor so the scene was not broadcast to all crew on set and on their personal phones and iPads. Mr. Heath and Mr. Baldoni also failed to close the set, allowing non essential crew to pass through while Miss Lively was mostly nude, with her legs spread wide in stirrups and only a small piece of fabric covering her genitalia. Among the non essential person present that day was the Wayfair co chairman, Mr. Sarowitz, who flew in for one of his few set visits. Miss Lively was not provided with anything to cover herself in between takes until after she had made multiple requests. Miss Lively became even more alarmed when Mr. Baldoni introduced his best friend to play the role as the OBGYN, when ordinarily a small role of this nature would be filled by a local actor. Miss Lively felt that the selection of Mr. Baldoni's friend for this intimate role, in which the actor's face and hands were in close proximity to her nearly nude genitalia for a birth scene, was invasive and humiliating. To add insult to injury, Mr. Heath approached Miss Lively and her assistant on set and started playing a video of a fully nude woman with her legs spread apart. Miss Lively thought he was showing her corn and stopped him. Miss Heath explained that the video was his wife giving birth. What the heck? Miss Lively was alarmed and asked Miss Heath if his wife knew he was sharing the video, to which he replied, "She isn't weird about this stuff," as if Miss Lively was weird for not welcoming it. Miss Lively and her assistant excused themselves, stunned that Mr. Heath had shown them a nude video. I've been in two birthing rooms. I had the same rules as I told the idiot who lives with my daughter. Don't go below the navel. You don't want to see what's below the navel. The first time I was called down, you don't need to see that. Why film that? Because, one, it's weird. Two, guys, close your eyes, ears, close your ears. Do the la 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 if you haven't been in a birthing room. Babies are not the only thing coming out of a woman trying to force a baby out of her. So you would have, that's so degrading. I know you can't control it, and it's a natural part of it because, again, you're trying to force out a small football. But why would you tape that? Are you going home? I bet there's people in Germany, even in the 70s, who thought, that's a little too weird putting that on tape. How many in chat have seen the movie? Oh, I should do a poll. I haven't done a poll in a long time. That's a good one, Stace. And thank you, Cookie Doodle, for becoming a member. And Sue thinks that both of them sounds like creeps. Yeah, if you tape your woman up the hoo-ha while giving birth, and you have that on your phone and you show it to people, no thank you. That's too much for you and me. Oh, you had. We didn't do that, but we did. You do that one where you had the STI videos while in the military, just to show you to keep it clean? Ugh. Good morning, Ralphie. Messy, so messy. Screams, clawing. This is all your fault. It's not pretty. No, it's my my. She didn't do the. It's your fault. But everything was wrong. She could have stopped keeping me up all night, and just because I wanted to read a newspaper while she was complaining, that's wrong too. I saw it first, then read the document. Oh, interesting. Looks like I came in a good time. Well, I'm just going on a tangent. Hey, broken-hearted. No, I never. But again, it's not my type of movie, and especially if someone is making it through the female gaze. I'll put on Cobra instead. Fortunately, my first bird was a woman that had like 500 kids, and that sucker slid right out before we got her to L&D. Slicker than snot on a doorknob. I actually listened to the Dominic song. E-R, E-R. But why does Santa have a donkey? He lives on the North Pole. A donkey would freeze up there. There's this story that Brad Pitt had heard Gwyneth Paltrow had been intimate with Harry, and he told Harry, "You touched her, and you had." Yeah, but sadly, even though we had all of that Harry stuff, I bet you the casting couch is just as busy today because if you're new and you want a leg up, you put your legs up. Sadly, that's how it's always been in Hollywood or in theater. I showed several birthing films when taught the reproduction section of anatomy and physiology, normally difficult water birth and C-section. Yeah, but you don't. I didn't. I did recall. No, I had the camcorder, but I was just men who has the foresight to film. I was just too worried that anything would go wrong, so I didn't. But filming up your no, it's so weird. Mr. Baldoni added a detailed scene to the film in which the underage version of Miss Lively's character Lily loses her V card. In both the books and the script for the film, there was no smack scene. Instead, the details about this moment was left to the audience imagination. But Mr. Baldoni added a considerable detail, including both dialogue between young Lily and her boyfriend Atlas. About the loss of her V card, as well as a simulated smack scene in which Mr. Baldoni filmed and included in his initial cut of the film. A close up of young Lily's face, accompanied by an audible gasp at the moment of penetration. Miss Lively was informed that when this scene was shot, after Mr. Baldoni called cut, he walked over to the actors and said, "I know I'm not supposed to say this, but that was hot. And did you two practice this before?" It's hearsay, but it's creepy if true. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath discussed their personal sexual experience and previous corn addiction and tried to pressure Miss Lively to reveal details about her intimate life. During a car ride with Miss Lively, her assistant and driver, Mr. Baldoni claimed to Miss Lively that he had been sexually abused by a former girlfriend, which he had since shared publicly. At the end of this story, Mr. Baldoni shared that it had caused him to re examine his past. He then said, "Did I always ask for consent? No. Did I always listen when they said no? No. Oh. In California, isn't the statute of limitation on grape removed?" Because he just admitted that allegedly. Mr. Baldoni claimed this was an example of how we all have things from which we can learn and grow. Miss Lively was unsettled by Mr. Baldoni's suggestion that he had engaged in sexual conduct without consent. When Miss Lively exited the car, her driver immediately remarked that he did not want Miss Lively to be alone with Mr. Baldoni going forward. On the first day of production, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath described their past sexual relationships to Miss Lively, including that one of them used to hook up with a woman. Mr. Baldoni said that he had described the woman wasn't the one, so then Miss Heath had gotten together with her. Miss Lively found this description of passing along a woman to be disrespectful and disturbing. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath often spoke of their previous pornographic addiction. Mr. Baldoni would often reference pornography to Miss Lively, hoping to shut the subject down. She said to him privately that she had never seen it. Later, when Mr. Baldoni was once again referencing his experience with pornographic, he revealed in front of the other cast and crew that Miss Lively had never seen corn. It was an incredible invasion of her privacy to discuss any aspect of her intimate life with the cast and crew, much less reveal something that she had only told Mr. Baldoni to try and get him to stop talking about the subject with her. Mr. Baldoni engaged in other behaviors that were shockingly and emotionally distressing. For example, he claimed he could speak to the dead, and on several occasions told her that he had spoken with her dead father. It was off-putting and violative of Mrs. Baldoni Mr. Baldoni to claim a personal relationship with a recently deceased father. That's just weird. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath was also constantly hugging and touching cast and crew. When Miss Lively and other avoided this touching, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath would retaliate by becoming irritated, cold, and uncollaborative. The result was an unwelcoming and mercurial environment for Miss Lively, her employees, and others on set. They were talking about how they used to have an addiction to corn, and then they were asking her if she knew the corn. And she said, "No, I didn't. I never watched corn." And then he told the rest of the crew. Yeah, I don't know why people would do that. What if I hope it's I don't know what Shitterend 2024. I think it's a Happy New Year greetings, but a Shitterend, it sounds like a bad thing. Clearly, there's no Mumi in his valley. Yeah, Mumi. Oh, that's a good one. No, that would be a violation of you. I, for one, has never. This is a complaint. It's not a legal. It's a complaint over the behavior. Probably in lieu of could be a settlement or something. I think. Yes. Mr. Baldoni objectified Miss Lively and other women by commenting on or criticizing their bodies as sex objects. Mr. Baldoni often referred to women in the workplace as smexy. When they expressed discomfort, Mr. Baldoni would deflect or try to pass it off, which undermined Miss Lively and others' concerns. For example, on one occasion that Miss Lively observed, he told a female cast member that her leather pants looked smexy when she arrived to the set. When she rebuffed his comments because she was uncomfortable, rather than apologizing, he brushed it off as with, "I can say that because my wife is here today." Miss Lively felt embarrassed witnessing this kind of commentary, as did others. On another day, Miss Lively wore a low-cut dress to facilitate breastfeeding, but had it covered up with a coat. When the jacket briefly popped open at one point to reveal the dress, Mr. Baldoni commented about how much he liked her outfit, which flustered Miss Lively. Later that day, Mr. Baldoni pressured Miss Lively, who was in a pre-approved wardrobe, to remove her coat in front of the crew and multiple black background actors in a packed bar. He said he wanted to see her onesie under the coat because it was zipped low to reveal her lace bra. Consistent with past practice, he said, "I think you look smexy," in a tone that made her feel oogled and exposed. With other female cast present, he said, "That's not what I'm going for." He bristled and replied, "I'm sorry, hot." Probably not. Deeply uncomfortable, Miss Lively said, "Not that either." "Oh, I'm sorry, hot?" "Not that either." Mr. Baldoni responded sarcastically, "I guess I missed the HR meeting," and walked away. Another woman on the production spoke to Miss Lively afterward to offer empathy and to share her own similar experience with Mr. Baldoni, commenting about her in sexual terms. As a result of Mr. Baldoni's behavior, on May 29, 23, another cast member lodged a sexual harassment complaint about Mr. Baldoni's gross and unwanted comments towards her and others. And Bad Dog, thanks, Mr. B, for sticking the Barbie Girl song in my head for the last 2 days. Well, my pleasure. And I think my rendition is just as good as Lena and Renis. In the Barbie world, life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me anywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Oh, yeah. Ooh, whoa, ooh, whoa. While on the one hand, Mr. Baldoni was objectifying Miss Lively as a sex object, on the other hand, he went out of his way to message criticism of her age and weight, neither of which she could change during filming. On the second day of filming, for example, Mr. Baldoni made the rest of the casting crew, wait for hours while he cried in Miss Lively's dressing room, claiming social media commentators were saying that Miss Lively looked old and unattractive based on paparazzi photos from the set. She tried to reassure him that she should look authentic in the scenes depicting in the photos, which was just after her character had been abused by her fictional husband, rather than hot. Mr. Baldoni, however, appeared focused on Miss Lively's sexual appeal above all else. His lengthy outburst caused a delay in shooting, forcing an emotional scene to be shot haphazardly. Yeah. I do it all the time. To make matters worse, when Miss Lively tried to have a meeting with Mr. Heath and the other producers to discuss Mr. Baldoni's unprofessional behavior described above, that meeting turned into yet another violation. Rather than an ordinary meeting time place, Mr. Heath arrived unannounced at Miss Lively's hair and makeup trailer while she was topless and having body makeup removed by makeup artists. Miss Lively told Mr. Heath that she was almost done and they could meet once she was closed. Mr. Heath, however, insisted that if she didn't allow him into the trailer to speak to him at that moment, then there would be no meeting with the other producers. She reluctantly agreed, but asked him to keep his back turned. A few minutes into the conversation, Miss Lively noticed that Mr. Heath was staring directly at her while she was topless. When she called him out, Mr. Heath brushed it off as a habit of wanting to look at a person while speaking to them. Up here, fella. Miss Lively and her hair and makeup artist were all deeply disturbed by this interaction on just the second day of filming. Throughout filming, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath invaded Miss Lively's privacy by entering her makeup trailer uninvited while she was undressed, including when she was breastfeeding her infant child. Miss Lively often had to work while breastfeeding, which she felt comfortable doing so long as she was giving the time and space to cover herself. She did this frequently because she was not given breaks to feed her baby. Miss Lively was not given proper lactation breaks by Wayfair during filming, which sometimes stretches into 6 hours without a break. When filming finally broke, Miss Lively would have to run to a trailer to breastfeed. The lack of accommodation for her need to express milk caused her to develop painful mastitis. Mastitis. But Miss Lively did not expect or consent to anyone entering her private spaces while topless, exposed and vulnerable with her newborn, or doing body makeup application or removal. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath both showed a shocking lack of boundaries by invading her personal space while she was undressed and vulnerable. Mr. Baldoni also routinely degraded Miss Lively by finding back-channel ways of criticizing her body and weight. A few weeks before filming began, and less than 4 months after Miss Lively had given birth to a fourth child, Miss Lively was humiliated to learn that Mr. Baldoni secretly called her fitness trainer without her knowledge or permission and implied that he wanted her to lose weight in 2 weeks. Mr. Baldoni told the trainer that he had asked because he was concerned about having to pick Miss Lively up in a scene for the movie, but there was no such scene. The later text messages sent to his team, Mr. Baldoni referred to Miss Lively's trainer as a damn spy and sought to plant stories to portray his concern as being motivated by his lower back pain. When Miss Lively caught step-throat, Mr. Baldoni offered a gift to connect her with an expert he had on retainer to help her with probiotics and to combat the sickness. When Miss Lively went to fill out the privacy form, she saw the expert was not what Mr. Baldoni has represented her to be, but was instead a weight loss specialist. Well, maybe they can help with a strep throat. Miss Lively felt once again that Mr. Baldoni was shaming her for her body and weight. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed something again. I'm sorry. Well, again, so far it's her side of the story. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath failed to implement the COOF protocols when there was a COOF outbreak on set. Miss Lively was told by another producer that because Wayfair did not have insurance coverage for the COOF, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath deliberately withheld from Miss Lively that she had been exposed to the COOF. Both Miss Lively and her infant child contracted the COOF from the outbreak. Miss Lively and others lodged grievance regarding the conduct of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, which Wayfair declined to investigate. As the studio producing the film, Wayfair was the employer of all cast and crew and thus responsible for ensuring workplace safety on set. However, Wayfair failed to provide Miss Lively with even rudimentary employment protections, such as an employee handbook, sexual harassment policy, information or any training on sexual harassment, discrimination, or respectful workplace expectations. Wayfair also failed to provide Ms. Lively information about the process and procedure for filing human resource complaints. As the producer and owner of the film, Wayfair was legally obliged to address HR-related concerns and complaints. To Ms. Lively's knowledge, however, Wayfair lacked any process for responding to complaints about its leadership. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, who plainly was not given to investigate themselves. On May 26th, Ms. Lively told a representative of Sony that she wanted to file an HR complaint about Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's misconduct. The Sony representative told Ms. Lively that Sony, as the distributor of the film, was not empowered to control them or their behavior on set, and that such concerns must be raised with Wayfair, the studio responsible for the production. Wayfarer, Mr. Baldoni, and Mr. Heath received or were aware of a number of HR grievances regarding their conduct. For example, on the first day of filming, while attempting to hug Miss Lively's employee, Miss Heath said, "I don't even know if we are allowed to do this. It's day one and we have a HR report already." Additionally, early in the production, another actress made a complaint about Mr. Baldoni's comments on her appearance. Baldoni expressly acknowledged her concerns in writing, stating he would adjust accordingly. Yet on June 8th, that actress informed Miss Lively that outside of anything in a scene, I actually cannot talk to Justin at all. Mr. Baldoni later expressed suspicions regarding Miss Lively's friendship with this actress as if they were colluding against him. As described above, Miss Lively and others attempted to raise concern to Mr. Baldoni and Miss Heath regarding certain of the conducts described above during filming, but they were not addressed to giving the futility of asking Mr. Baldoni and Heath to address their own behavior. After unsuccessfully attempting to raise concern with Sony, Miss Lively expressly told Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath that there were serious HR problems on set. Mr. Heath responded that they knew, implying that someone had mentioned that to them that Miss Lively had raised concerns. In response, Miss Heath told Miss Lively that he thought she had wanted to see the video of his wife. In the same conversation, when Miss Lively expressed her upset, Mr. Heath and Mr. Baldoni had hidden the fact that she had been exposed to the coof on set from which she and her infant contracted the coof. Instead of acknowledging responsibility and committing to safety moving forward, they expressed upset over production days missed and resulting cost. Despite receiving multiple detailed reports by Miss Lively and others about Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's misconduct, Wayfair failed to investigate those reports or to otherwise institute protections for the cast. This is so this is so even though the incidents discussed above, among others, did not take place in isolation, and many, if not all, were witnessed by others. By these and other behaviors, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and Wayfair engaged in harassing conduct and failed their obligations to investigate complaints of workplace harassment, to prevent inappropriate and harassing behaviors on set, and to provide avenues for cast and crew members to safely raise concerns to neutral parties so that they could investigate and appropriately address. The parties negotiated a contract rider regarding Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's conduct on the set of It Ends With Us. On May 2nd, the Writers Guild of America made up of two blah 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 labor dispute. They halted production. No, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's a strike. It's a strike. Before returning to production, Miss Lively attempted to address and resolve the problems on set and requested that Wayfair agree to address the condition described above. On November 9th, Miss Lively's attorneys provided Wayfair's attorney with a document entitled Protections for Return to Production, Exhibit A. In conveying the protection for return to production document, Ms. Lively requested that Wayfair agree to implement a plan that would enable everyone to return to work and complete the film with adequate protections to ensure a safe set moving forward. On November 11th, counsel for Wayfair indicated that Wayfair, Sony, and production respectfully acknowledged that your client has concerns regarding safety, professionalism, and workplace culture. Although our perspective differs in many aspects, ensuring a safe environment for all involved is paramount, irrespective of differing viewpoints. Regarding your outline request, we find most of them not only reasonable but also essential for the benefit of all parties. On November 15, Wayfair, through It Ends With Us, Movie LLC, agreed to the terms of the contractual rider executed on January 19th and attached here through as Exhibit B. Among the contract rider's provisions, the first provision required that an intimacy coordinator must be present. when Miss Lively is on set. The second provision, with respect to artists, any and all rehearsal, film, reviewing of video playback or dailies and or any other interactions with any scene involving simulated smacks, nudity, and or partial nudity shall be restricted to those persons with essential business reasons for being present, as approved by Miss Lively and Todd Blake, as further described as in the nudity rider attached in Schedule 1. The third provision required that there is to be no spontaneous improvising of any scenes involving intimate, sexual, physical touching, simulated smacks, or nudity with respect to Miss Lively, scenes involving Miss Lively that involves kissing, depiction of sexual intercourse, or any other intimate, sexual, physical touching must be contained in the screenplay. The most up to date draft approved by Miss Lively in writing, choreographed in advance in the presence of the intimacy coordinator, and may only proceed as choreographed with the consent of all participants in advance. The fourth provision required that physical touching and or comments on Miss Lively's physical appearance must only be done made in connection with the character and scene work, not as to Miss Lively personally, except as written into the screenplay or as strictly required in connection with makeup or costume preparation. There is to be no physical touching, including hugging, of Miss Lively, her on-set personnel, and or her employees. The fifth provision required that there are to be no discussion with Miss Lively of personal experience with smacks or nudity, including as it relates to conduct with spouse or others. The sixth provision required no one will enter, attempt to enter, interrupt, pressure, or request entrance into Miss Lively's trailer while she is in the state of undressed for any reason. It's not as a lawsuit. This is a complaint, which then can lead to a lawsuit if they. This is that they want it investigated. Glædelig jul to you as well, Maya. No, she's not showing her boobs. Someone entered her makeup trailer while she was having makeup removed, and she's upset that someone looked into it. Kind of like if someone walked into your bathroom while you were taking a shower. Uh, uh, the seventh provision requires there shall be no rehearsal or filming of Miss Lively, including Miss Lively's approved body double, of any nudity, partial nudity, and or simulated smacks, except as expressly permitted in accordance with the nudity rider. Any such footage of Miss Lively and or Miss Lively's body double previously shot without the nudity rider in place may not be used without Miss Lively's and her legal representatives' prior written consent. The 10th provision requires there shall be no retaliation of any kind against Miss Lively for raising concerns about the conduct described in this letter or for these requirements. Any changes in attitude, sarcasm, marginalization, and other negative behavior, either on set or otherwise, including doing public publicity or promotional work as a result of these requests, is retaliatory and unacceptable and will be met with immediate action. The 12th provision required that Wayfair will engage in additional experienced A-level will engage an additional experienced A-level producer approved by Ms. Lively. Todd Blake is hereby approved. The approved producer to actively supervise the production, including monitoring the safety of the cast and crew, ensuring compliance with the schedule, and overseeing logistics, problem solving, and creative issues, providing that company shall have the right to approve the agreement with the approved producer. The 15th provision required that any rehearsal or shooting involving Miss Lively or any other performer depicting the character of Lily that involves nudity, including partial or simulated SMECs must be conducted strictly in accordance with the nudity rider and must adhere to the approved script. The 16th provision provided that any and all day players that participate in any way in scenes with Miss Lively involving nudity, partially nudity, and or simulated SMECs must be engaged through customary industry talent agency and not through personal connections of the director and or producer. The 17th provision required that at Miss Lively's election and all hands in-person meeting before production resumes will include the director, the existing producers, the Sony representative, the approved producers, Miss Lively, and Miss Lively's designated representatives to confirm and approve a plan for implementation of the above that will be adhered to for the physical and emotional safety of Miss Lively, her employees, and all cast and crew moving forward. The all hands in-person meeting provided for in the contract rider occurred on January 4th before production resumed as described above. The meeting was attended by Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, producer Sachs, blah, 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 blah. On January 4th, at the January 4th meeting, the parties discussed a list of 20 examples of the behaviors that gave rise to the contract rider from her contemporaneous notes. These behaviors are listed in full earlier in this complaint at paragraph 3. Neither Mr. Baldoni nor Mr. Heath denied the veracity of Miss Lively's examples. Miss Lively requested that Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath agreed that such behaviors would no longer take place as memorialized in the language of the writer, and Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath agreed. Production concluded, and Miss Lively and other cast and crew promoted the film according to the marketing plan. That's a lot of reading. Yeah, if they have it on tape that they agreed to not, that could be a big problem. Yeah, that's why he was allowed access, and then again, she could just have said no. Yeah, but maybe she thought, well, maybe it'll be better if we do this. I don't know. In connection with the why bring it up then? It sounds a little bit too late. This is because of what we're getting into now. All of this is previous. They have filed complaints about it. They have tried to do it, blah, blah, blah. What's coming now is probably why they filed this complaint. Because they promised her no retaliation. Production of the film resumed on January 5th and concluded on February 9th. In connection with the film's public release, Miss Lively and the rest of the cast actively promoted the film in accordance with the marketing plan. Wayfair had embraced and on information and belief had formally approved of this marketing plan. The marketing plan and related talking points expressly required Miss Lively, as well as all other cast and crew engaged in promotional activities, to focus more on her character's strength and resilience as opposed to describing the film as a story about DV, and to avoid talking about this film that makes it feel sad or heavy. It's a story of hope. As detailed above, Miss Lively and fellow cast members promoted the film in accordance with the talking points and marketing plan, doing appearances on red carpets, interviews, press junkets, fan events, and pop-up experiences leading up to the film's release. Mr. Baldoni publicly embraced the marketing plan. In early May, Mr. Baldoni appeared at a floral-themed trailer launch event, which included him personally making flower bouquets for influencers, a photo opportunity, and a film-branded latte art. How crappy could that be? As late as July 25th, Mr. Baldoni appeared at a pop-up of Lily Bloom's flower shop, in Century City, California, where he held a long-stem rose microphone and playfully gave tours of the shop to influencers. In a TikTok interview posted that day, Mr. Baldoni excitedly walked through the pop-up and stated that he will be giving tours all day, every day until August 9. You can see that at Tasha Polis on TikTok. Oh my God. This is horrible. Is this the promotion? In advance of the release of the film, nearly all cast members choose to appear in public separately from Mr. Baldoni given his on-set behavior. Mr. Baldoni became concerned that the public would discover that something is much bigger under the surface, on information and belief, alluding to the complaints lodged by Mr. Lively and others. At that point, Mr. Baldoni pivoted away from the film's marketing plan to explain his absence from the rest of the cast. He shifted his focus away from a message of female triumph to instead capitalize on female trauma. After the film's premiere, Mr. Baldoni changed his Instagram profile, canceled lighthearted social media posts, and instructed his team to look for survivors' reactions and support, all in an effort to quickly shift his own public narrative to focus solely on survivors and DV organizations. Ms. Abel cautioned Mr. Baldoni that this shift may be too drastic too soon. Still, Mr. Baldoni insisted on a TikTok strategy and that his promotional activities for the film should seek to amplify what he described as survivor content. This is from Justin to Jennifer. Hey, just landed. What is the TikTok strategy? I'd like you guys to start posting me only talking about DV and clips and why this movie is so important. The team followed Mr. Baldoni's instructions. For her part, Ms. Abel concluded it doesn't feel performative now that you've done major substantial press on the topic. On August 11th, Ms. Abel laid out a posting timeline to Mr. Baldoni and the team stating, theater surprise, and then I think survivor content first thing tomorrow AM, which then will be helpful for the news cycle. By repositioning Mr. Baldoni's marketing of the film on information and belief, Mr. Baldoni hoped to create the false impression that he had chosen not to appear alongside other cast members. Mr. Baldoni directed his team to share on his public Instagram feed the private message he had received from survivors sharing their story of their DV with him. Mr. Baldoni's team talked him out of this idea, writing that they do not recommend using private DMs as content. Also, I need you guys to really be on all the stories I'm tagged in. I think you should let all the people DM me so you can see people's reaction to film and I can be reposting everything. These next 36 hours are crucial and we need to be on it. Looking at everything, finding the most emotional and touching content from the survivors supporting this film and reposting. Need you to be finding survivors sharing their stories and amplify them on my page and TikTok. One thing I haven't seen in these notes here is her. I haven't seen this is why we do it. Maybe it'll be here later, but he could have felt that he didn't get enough praise for it, and he really wanted to promote his podcast about surviving. So again, I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate because this is her side of the story. So it could be a lot of things. Mr. Baldoni went so far as proposing to share video of a woman's birth moment but his team talked him out of it, warning that it might be perceived as weird. Yep. And was too intimate. Yep. Still, Mr. Baldoni's team was more than willing to deploy survivor stories, reactions, and images to protect Mr. Baldoni's image. Mr. Baldoni and his team formulated a retaliatory plan, and this is why this complaint is probably brought. Because people are saying, why didn't she complain back in February when the movie ended? Because they had an agreement that nothing would happen to her. The rest of the shoot, everything would be in accordance with the plan, and they would do what they were paid to do, promote the movie, and let bygones be bygones. And if this is true that she is now in the focus of a retaliatory plan, I can see why she then goes out and makes this complaint. Wayfarer knew the details of Miss Lively's and others' concern, the HR complaints raised regarding Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's behavior, Miss Lively's contractual rider, and the January 4th meeting to discuss their behavior. In addition, Wayfarer's PR team knew about the claims by Miss Lively and others, as well as the protections rider, as Wayfarer sent the materials to them in November. As early as May 24, Mr. Baldoni told his team that they needed a plan to get ahead of the claims against him. In the event they were to go public, specifically, Mr. Baldoni wrote, "Just want you guys to have a plan. Plans make me feel more at ease." On May 17th, he texted his publicist, Jennifer Abel, that Miss Lively's husband had blocked him on social media, stating, "We should have a plan for if she does the same when the movie comes out." In fact, both Miss Lively and her husband had unfollowed Mr. Baldoni's social media accounts 10 months before. In June 2024, a month after Mr. Baldoni's first promotional event for the film, Miss Lively and others in the cast fulfilled their first publicity obligation for the film without Mr. Baldoni. They did not publicly discuss the misconduct that had occurred on set, nor did they ever suggest to Wayfair or Mr. Baldoni that they intended to discuss their concerns publicly. Yet on June 20th, Miss Abel texted Mr. Heath her concern, "We can't have fans starting to guess why JB is left out of this stuff." Likewise, Mr. Baldoni strategized with his publicist, Miss Abel, about various ways in which they might cover up or explain away his on-set misconduct. On June 24th, for example, Mr. Baldoni proposed an offensive move showing his neurodivergency and some of the attributes that comes with it, to explain that anything that he had been accused of was social awkwardness and impulsive speech. Consistent with this plan, Mr. Baldoni has recently been making the press rounds discussing his ADHD. See Kimberly Speakman. Justin Baldoni reveals he was diagnosed with ADHD at 40 after struggling through school. I felt broken. Justin Baldoni says he had near breakdown while filming It Ends With Us. There was so much pain. Hollywood Reporter. Hey guys, one thing I think I want to do is the Dr. Amen show. Matt, I know you have your feelings about this, but his practice saved my friend Miranda's life a few months ago. With everything going on, I want to have an offensive move showing my neurodivergence and some of the attributes that come with it so I can start talking about it. Most anything that I have been accused of is social awkwardness and impulsive speak, and I think me sitting down with him and just looking at my brain and talking about some of these things will be helpful for me. Oh, it's so nice to be on the spectrum. Then you can be an a-hole. uh, uh, Probably because she thought that with the provisions they made uh, in the February 4th meeting, that it would be done. That's and again they needed a week more filming, so that's probably why when the SAG strike came, she made all of these requests to make sure that nothing happened in the last week. The same day, Ms. Abel reviewed again the agreed upon list of protection that formed the basis for the contractual rider. On July 24th, Ms. Abel emailed Mr. Heath and others requesting the legal letter that was sent to Ms. Lively and her team, stating, per our conversation, we will go through point by point and draft context surrounding each situation. We can then flag what we are missing and would be helpful to arm us in the case we need to refute any of the claims. July 26, Mr. Baldoni sent Ms. Abel a Variety article about Francis Ford Coppola's inappropriate behavior on set during production of his movie Megalopolis, a massive bust. I think 200 million it lost, including his alleged kissing of cast and crew as described by unnamed sources. In conveying the article, Mr. Baldoni stated, "This is the year that I'm sure they will want to do, unnamed sources, etc. See Brent Lang and Tatiana Siegel video of Francis Ford Coppola kissing Megalopolis extras surface as crew members detail unprofessional behavior on set." You can go there and check that out. On July 29th, Mr. Baldoni and Ms. Abel discussed the proposal to get ahead of any potential publicity regarding Ms. Lively's HR complaints against him with a social and digital combat plan. Wayfair engaged Melissa Nathan and the agency group on behalf of Mr. Baldoni to launch a retaliation campaign against Ms. Lively. As the film's release date of August 9 grew closer, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, Wayfair, Ms. Abel, and others continued to pursue a strategy on behalf of Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair to arm themselves against the possibility that Ms. Lively or others might go public with the claims against Mr. Baldoni or Wayfair. This plan took shape with Wayfair's retention on behalf of Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni of Melissa Nathan, which occurred on or around July 31st. Melissa Nathan is a crisis manager. On or about June 20th, Ms. Nathan launched the agency group PR TAG. TAG marketed itself as a team of crisis specialists and communication experts that redefines the rules of reputation management. You can check it out here. 15. TAG website states, at TAG, it's more than just creating a powerful narrative. It's knowing how to navigate that narrative towards continued success and a lasting legacy. That's bullcrap. TAG's website states that it offers comprehensive communication services for individuals, businesses, and corporations looking to invest in a reputation management and the growth of their unique public profiles. TAG specializes in crisis communications, having managed some of the biggest public-facing crises to date and utilizing that fast-paced reputation-first mindset with all of its day-to-day clients, which span a variety of industries, including entertainment, media, and business and sport. Nothing in the subtitle. TAG services included messaging and narrative development, media relations, crisis communication, and management, and digital and social strategies, amongst others. I think this is the group that Johnny Depp used as well. I might be wrong, but I think that's why people are saying, well, she must be an Amber Heard because, I can't say that name, because he's using their company. But companies are not good. Companies make money. That's it's not about who your client is. They do that. That's the same thing we see with defense lawyers when we're saying, oh, how can they defend someone that horrible? It's their job. They get a paycheck and they say, that's my job. Yeah, they were Depp's PR team. Yeah, but you never know. I got dinged yesterday because I went over 4 hours. So it's the stupidity. But it's a stupid position to have, that because he retains the same defense team as Johnny Depp, then you are automatically the same. It would be the same to say if you had what's her name, the his defense lawyer, if you have her, you are immediately innocent, or if you have Elaine, you're immediately guilty. Uh, no, that's not how it works. But of course, they get a lot of business now because they help Johnny Depp promote his version. Well, again, this is her story. We need to hear the other side as well. So, yeah. Uh, it's an automatic. That's why I'm started cutting off my trial streams at midday, because as soon as I go over 4 hours, they'll put it into restricted monetization. I don't make that much from ads, but it's just annoying because it's not that I don't make money from ads. It's more that they won't show it to other people or suggest it to other people. She probably also has retained something. I need something more to drink. I'm gonna put on a song. I'll be right back, but I need something to drink. This all of this reading is really drying me up. So I'm not going anywhere. I think I have a no. I deleted the pause video. What do I have that's long? I have the pause video. I'll be right back because I need some aqua. So, sorry. On July 31st, Wayfair had started to put together a timeline of events to be shared with Miss Nathan and TAG. According to TAG's own planning document, the purpose of Miss Nathan's engagement was to help Baldoni get ahead of the narrative and mitigating bad press that might arise from Miss Lively's and other HR complaints becoming publicly by engaging in techniques such as rapid response communication system and cataloging third-party advocates willing to provide a potential quote or engage with reporters on Mr. Baldoni's and Mr. Heath's behalf to mitigate negative narratives from a source outside of Wayfarer. As set forth above, on August 5th, Mr. Baldoni sent Ms. Abel a screenshot of a thread on X regarding another female public figure alleged history of bullying many women. Mr. Baldoni stated, "This is what we would need." The next day, even though Ms. Nathan and TAG had already begun performing work on behalf of Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni, Ms. Nathan texted a text chain with Ms. Abel and Mr. Heath providing pricing quotes ranging from $75,000 to $175,000 for tax crisis mitigation service. Any of you who needs to pay anyone $75,000 to talk trash about someone, hit me up. Ms. Nathan explained the quotes as follows. Quote 1, $175K. This will be for a 3-4 month period and including website to discuss, full Reddit, full social account takedowns, full social crisis team on hand for anything, engage with audience in the right way, start threads of theories to discuss this in the way to be fully 100% protected. Think about that. What case are big right now? When you go on the twits, is the story you hear, is it true? Is it someone who knows something or someone who really want to ask a question? Or is it a crisis management group who planted all of that? I know we're always talking about Russia, and all of the stuff like that. But how much of the news on social media is planted by people who hire maybe a stupid Danish guy to read this letter and say, well, as you can see here, she's clearly innocent. That a-hole must be guilty. I don't know anything about it, but in my opinion, and then tomorrow I'll do another video about it, and tomorrow again I'll do another video, and then I all of a sudden have this magic leak that I, for one, am the only one who have, and I'll put on the Twitter and say, "Oh my God, did you see? I got some screenshots off of the. I have special access. I got some screenshots of how he treated someone." And all of you would say, "Well, I used to watch Baker all the time talking about cases. He's a good stand-up guy. He doesn't do anything without having his facts." And all of it would be because Jamie was given $25,000 and told me to do it. You can't trust anything. That's why you can't. I love these stories when they pop and everyone is, "Oh my God, look at that." And then they find out it's a 2-year-old video that someone just found. Yeah. Sack is like a pimple. Just when you put some makeup on it, you feel good, and then it pops out. Well, Sack, I don't get money from Sack. I get a small stipend from the ADA. Well, Jamie needs to make that dollar redo. Those lashes aren't cheap, you know. But you can get a full Reddit. How many of you use Reddit to go check something? I do it sometimes if I see some celebrity. Oh well, let's go and check what Reddit is saying. Never go to the kiwi farms. Stay away from them. But sometimes you use Reddit. It's just another PR thing, and it's just you can probably get trained computers to or AI to have a discussion with itself on Twitter enough that it starts trending. Just saying. We all participated in the JDAH case where we made stuff trend because we all of us went to Twitter and put in hashtags. So yeah. Yeah, it seems like there's some receipts behind it. We're going to get to a lot of the receipts later. Probably not going to read all of them because I won't be talking for the next 3 days. Quote 2, 25K per month, minimum 3 months as is needed to send same as above. This will be for creation of social fan engagement to go back and forth with any negative accounts. So, again, anyone coming in and say, "Oh, Mr. Baldoni is an a-hole." No, he's such a sweetheart. He fights for female rights. But I've heard that Blake Lively is an a-hole who hate other women and who's very jealous of younger women. Have anyone read anything on Twitter about Karen Reed and how she's so jealous of women and she hates other women because they are younger and more beautiful than her? And she's I remember that around the time of the Aruba lady were testifying that Karen Reed was so jealous, so jealous, because she's an accomplished woman, not a skank trying to hook up with another woman's man in Aruba. Yeah. Isn't it fun how we are easily manipulated in this world of internets? Again, 75K, I will even promote Zach. To go back and forth with negative accounts, helping to change narrative and stay on track. Ms. Nathan stated, all of this will be most importantly untraceable. There's a lot more to both of these quotes, but easier to discuss via phone in terms of capabilities and what I have personally experienced in and out of crisis scenarios. Hey, Jamie, Jen. So incredibly glad that the press went so well today, and from what I know, Justin felt incredibly supported. He was lucky to have y'all. We took the day today to do some research and get digital quotes in from the two teams we used to get the best results. As you are both aware, we are in a predicament that we just don't know the outcome of right now. Saying that, full transparency is key here. We have seen the most innocuous issues turn giant due to socials. All the hugest crises have no effect on socials whatsoever. You just cannot tell at this stage. But Blake Lively does have some of the TS fan base. TS? Uh, TS? I don't know. So we will be taking it extremely serious. We also understand audience is not solely JB fan base, but the studio, so it's covering all bases time. Quote one, and that's what we just took. Quote two, that's what you had. All of this will be untraceable. There's a lot more. Either way, I do feel it's better to be safe, but I do realize costs are something I'm sure you did not count on when you took on this project nor this situation. Let me know when you would like to discuss more around the PT around on PT tomorrow. The Hollywood Reporter announced the retention of Ms. Nathan and Tag on August 13. The report stated in part, the news comes days after Sleuth flooded TikTok with speculation about an alleged rift between Baldoni and his cast and crew, including co-star and producer Blake Lively, as well as Hoover. Hoover? Chatter spiked when fans noticed Baldoni's absence from joint press events and the lack of group photos of Lively and Baldoni together at the New York premiere August 6th. Someone also pointed out that neither Lively or Hoover nor the rest of the cast follow Baldoni on Instagram, though he follows them. But to be fair, Taylor Swift. Oh, Taylor Swift. Yeah, maybe. Transsexual? I don't think so. Oh, Taylor Swift is the godmother of Blake's daughters. Oh. But we just heard what you can buy for 175K. You can have a full internet attack. Just to be fair, again, could this also have been a planned story? The news comes days after Sleuth flooded TikToks with speculation about an alleged rift. Again, I'm just saying, to be fair, to be open about it, there's always two sides of a story. We are reading hers right now. She could also have hired a promotional team, just to say. Carly Thomas and Pamela McClintock. Justin Baldoni hires crisis PR veteran firm amid alleged it ends with us rift. Hollywood Reporter. Mr. Baldoni, Miss Heath, and Wayfair perpetrate a retaliation scheme against Miss Lively. Miss Abel, Miss Nathan, and others employed or engaged by Tag perpetrated a retaliation scheme against Miss Lively in collusion with Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and Wayfair. This scheme was that Tag described as a social manipulation plan relying on direct or constant media engagement, the seeding of content on traditional and social media platforms, the boosting of content, sometimes the very content that Tag and its affiliates had seeded, the suppressing of negative content about Mr. Baldoni, and amplifying of negative content about Miss Lively. On August 1st, before any of the cast sat down for interview at the film's press junket, Miss Abel stated to Mr. Heath and Wayfair personnel that she had held an in-person meeting with a contributor to People, Fox News, In Touch, and US Weekly. Miss Abel explained that during the meeting, she had fully briefed the contributor of the situation with Miss Lively, Miss Abel stated that the contributor was armed and ready to take this story of Blake weaponizing feminism and assured Miss Heath that the contributor will do anything for us. Thanks for the call. Confidentiality. I don't know. I'm out to dinner with a friend of 12 plus years who writes for People Magazine, Fox News, In Touch, US Weekly, and she is fully briefed on the situation and is armed and ready to take this story of Blake's weaponizing feminism to any of her outlets the minute we give her the green light. She hates Blake, has heard this story before, and will do anything for us, just for your information. On or around August 2nd, Miss Abel connected the contributor with Miss Nathan. Subsequently, Miss Nathan engaged directly with media sources on behalf of Mr. Baldoni and Wayfarer regarding Mr. Baldoni, Miss Lively, and the film. On August 2nd, Miss Nathan, Mr. Baldoni, Miss Abel, and others had a phone call to discuss the services that Miss Nathan and TAG would provide for Mr. Baldoni and Wayfarer. TAG circulated a document to Mr. Baldoni and others entitled Scenario Planning. It ends with us as described above. See Supra at 11, Exhibit D. Of note, the scenario planning document states there are several potential scenarios at play here which we should be prepared for. Should Miss Lively and her team make her grievances public? The scenario planning documents provide text recommendations to get ahead of this narrative. This includes suggesting misleading messaging that production members lost their jobs due to Miss Lively's takeover and insisted upon involvement. Miss Lively involved her husband to create an imbalance of power between her and Mr. Baldoni. Miss Lively has less than favorable reputation in the industry. Miss Lively had a clear, likely motive to bully her way into buying the rights for It Starts With Us, the sequel to the film currently owned by Wayfarer. The scenario planning document states that TAG could also explore planting stories about the weaponization of feminism and how people in Blake Lively's circle, like Taylor Swift, has been accused of utilizing these tactics to bully into getting what they want. Upon review of the scenario planning document, Mr. Baldoni informed Mr. Heath that he was not in love with the document they sent. Not sure I'm feeling the protection I felt on the call. Ms. Heath responded, that's the most important part of this is how quickly they can shut things down and place stories in your favor. Later the same day, Miss Abel conveyed to Miss Nathan that Mr. Baldoni was questioning whether the plan was aggressive enough, texting that Mr. Baldoni wanted to feel like Miss Lively could be buried. Miss Nathan responded, of course, but you know when we send over the documents, we can't send over the work will or could do because that could get us in a lot of trouble. We can't write it down to him. We can't write, we will destroy her. Imagine if a document saying all of these things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands, which they did. We saw them earlier. On August 4th, Miss Abel texted Miss Nathan stating, I'm having reckless thoughts of wanting to plant pieces this week on how horrible Blake is to work with, just to get ahead of it. She's putting us through hell. Miss Lively was, in fact, doing nothing other than engaging in the approved marketing plan for the film at that time. Miss Nathan responded same and indicated she had already spoken to the Daily Mail. Reckless thoughts, just to get ahead of it. She's putting us through hell. Same. Am I already off the records? Am I already off the records? Spoke to the editor Daily Mail because she's my friend. She's ready when we are. Well, that's going to be interesting because she's going to probably be a part of it as well. Miss Abel and Miss Nathan viewed and referred to their shared work on behalf of Mr. Baldoni and Wayfarer as a social combat plan. I think we really need to put the social combat plan then into motion. So do I. The same day, Miss Abel corresponded with TAG Personnel regarding her discussion with Miss Nathan regarding social manipulation, which she described as distinct from social media mitigation and proactive fan posting to counter the narrative. I don't know what that is. Snippet. Thanks, Katie. Uh, Thanks, Katie. Just for clarity, so we understand, does this cover your initial fee plus what we discussed in terms of social media mitigation and proactive fan posting to counter the narrative, or is this in addition to the 15,000 previous agreed upon fee for tag and does not include what we discussed with MN earlier regarding social manipulation from the separate team based in Hawaii? In short, is the total fee incurred by Wayfarer 30K, or is there more required to ensure we are properly prod? When media sources made direct inquiries regarding potential unflattering stories about Mr. Baldoni, specifically Miss Nathan, Miss Abel, and their team worked to suppress those stories. For example, on August 7th, TAG indicated their intent to leverage social to quiet kill media coverage regarding public suspicions regarding Mr. Baldoni's disconnect from the film cast. On August 9, Miss Nathan sent Miss Abel two links to articles, one from The Hollywood Reporter entitled, Did Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni have a rift over It Ends With Us? Sleuthing TikTokers think so. And one from the Daily Mail entitled, Disturbing Truth Behind Why Blake Lively and her It Ends With Us star is feuding with Justin Baldoni. And it's just links to the articles. The Daily Mail article reports on allegation that Justin Baldoni was chauvinistic and borderline abusive on the set of It Ends With Us and discusses this and other claims with respect to the film and cast in detail. Another link. Miss Abel stated to Miss Nathan, I can tell you've done a lot of work here, and continued, nothing about being unsafe, fat comments, smexual. She concluded, thank effing God. On August 8th, Ms. Abel stated that the situation had moved from just monitoring and scenario planning to Ms. Nathan and me having to have an off the record conversation with outlets such as the Today Show. Ms. Abel noted that because of Ms. Nathan's relationship, those outlets were kept at bay. On August 9th, Ms. Nathan indicated to Ms. Abel that she was on the phone with her sister, Sarah Nathan, a journalist at New York Post and contributor at Page 6, and remarked that Mr. Baldoni's religion should be taken out of the media coverage. She went on to state, and mostly the misogynistic. Baha'i needs to be out, and mostly the misogynistic. I don't know what that is. Later the same day, Miss Nathan texted Miss Abel a link to an article on Page 6 by Sarah Nathan. Oh, shit. Later the same day, Miss Nathan texted Miss Abel a link of an article on Page 6 by Sarah Nathan entitled The Truth Behind It Ends With Us Feud Rumors. Justin Baldoni made Blake Lively uncomfortable, sources say, stating, I knew she would keep uncomfortable. On August 9th, Miss Abel and Miss Nathan discussed suppressing two stories that reported Miss Lively was uncomfortable on set. Miss Nathan texted, all press is so overwhelming. Confused people, so much mixed messaging. It's actually really funny if you think about it. So we're in the clear now. Did we survive? We survived. All press is so overwhelming. We've confused people. So much mixed messaging. It's actually really funny when you think about it. Miss Nathan further texted Miss Abel that the worst is over and that Mr. Baldoni likely would not be cancelled, corroborating that the nature of the ongoing campaign was designed to harm Miss Lively and conceal Mr. Baldoni's conduct on set. I really think the worst is over. I do think the next few months definitely will be a tiny bit bumpy, but not cancelled. The following day, Miss Abel stated that the narrative online is so freaking good, and fans is still sticking up for Justin, and there's literally has been no pickup of those two articles, which is actually shocking to me. But I see this as a total success, as does Justin. You did such an amazing work. Miss Nathan responded, so did you. Yes, I have had some people text me too and I just didn't respond. The narrative online is so freaking good, and the fans are still sticking up for Justin, and there literally has been no pickup of those two articles, which is actually shocking to me. But I see this as a total success as just Justin. You did amazing work. Narrative is crazy good. So did you. Miss Nathan texted later the same day, the majority of socials are so pro Justin, and I don't even agree with half of them. Lol. She continued, I mean, that was just a lot of work just talking everyone off the fucking effing ledge for those two pieces. Miss Nathan followed up again, texting, he doesn't realize how lucky he is right now. We need to press on him just how effing lucky. The whispering in the ear, the sexual connotation like jeepers effing crepes. Other members feeling uncomfortable watching it. I mean, there is just so much. And she answers, nothing, very little pickup. Fans remain supportive of you and believe the issue of the feud is because she took control of the movie. The following day, Miss Abel confirmed to Mr. Baldoni that the three of them that there had been nothing, a very little pickup. That's what I just read. Earlier on August 9th, Miss Nathan had shared with Miss Abel that she had been informed we are crushing it on Reddit. Miss Nathan's reference to Jet is a reference to Miss Jet Wallace, an independent contractor based in Austin, Texas, who was retained by TAC to perform social media services on behalf of Wayfarer and Mr. Baldoni in connection with tax engagement. The quotation appears to be a reference to efforts by Mr. Wallace to seed and influence online forums on Reddit, attacking Miss Lively and defending Mr. Baldoni. The same day, an employee of TAC texted a link to a salacious story about Miss Lively's family and noted, the tides are swirling around Ryan now for your information. Along the same lines, the team had previously shared an upsetting TikTok video which called for Blake to divorce Ryan, writing, you guys will love this. TAC then described this post as very helpful. Basically saying that Blake needs to divorce Ryan because he made her into a meme. He's ruining her biggest movie of the year, forcing her to ostracize Justin, rewriting the script, etc. On August 10, Miss Nathan stated to Miss Abel that socials are really, really ramping up. She continued, it's actually sad because it just shows you have people really want to hate on women. And you women are helping them because nothing's worse for a woman than a woman. The same day, a member of TAC's team advised on a shift on social due largely to Jet and his team effort to shift the narrative towards shining a spotlight on Blake and Ryan. Hey team, so far, extremely limited pickup on Daily Mail or Page 6. We continue to keep an eye out and send pieces as needed, but so far it's been steady coverage of pure speculation. We also started to see a shift on social due largely to Jet and his team efforts to shift the narrative, shining the spotlight on Blake and Ryan. Again, we'll continue to send links and screenshots, but wanted to send an update on the meantime. Further, Miss Nathan and her team at TAC helped generate or otherwise influence the content put forth by various TikTok account holders. During the same period of time, Miss Nathan, Miss Abel, and their teams were heavily monitoring, had friendlies updating them, and sought to address unflattering commentary regarding Mr. Baldoni, while augmenting the spread of stories that was favorable to Mr. Baldoni. For example, on August 9th, Ms. Abel circulated a screenshot of a post by a woman stating, Justin, the creator of a show called My Last Days, exploits the struggle of individuals facing terminal illness for his own gain. He found my friend who is battling a serious illness and followed her life closely. Despite her grace in not speaking ill of him, I sensed from the start that something was deeply wrong. Justin weaponized therapeutic language, presenting himself as thoughtful and supportive. Yet his action revealed a very different reality. He portrays himself as an ally to women and the vulnerable, but it's all a facade. He manipulates the vernacular of care to mask his true intentions. In reality, none of the proceeds from the show benefited the individuals he profiled. He even had the audacity to depict her hometown, a vibrant and affluent community, as a small, impoverished town. His portrayal was not just inaccurate, but insulting. Once the show aired, Justin took his profits and vanished, leaving nothing but a sense of exploitation in his wake. His behavior was not just tacky and gross, it was a betrayal of the very people he claimed to uplift. A text like that would be something that a crisis management team would get out there. I just have to say it. Oh, she defended Woody Allen. He's a creep. Sorry, everyone, for not really including chat today, but that's a lot of reading. It's 80 pages. In response to the article, Ms. Abel stated, "I'm assuming this is not true in the slightest. Either way, we flagged to Jet and his team for more serious action on the social side. We'll monitor heavily for any shift in narrative seen based on this narrative, My Last Days, and any other commentary." Similarly, on August 13, the team discussed ways to use the digital team to amplify positive stories about Mr. Baldoni. On August 18th, an employee of Tax suggested that they chat with Jet in response to another allegation made online regarding Mr. Baldoni. So this girl is claiming that Justin invited her up to his hotel rooms years ago. I didn't want to share the vid, but did a screen record, and this is her account so you guys can look at it. Part of me wants his former assistant to comment and say this never happened. Ridiculous. Let us chat to Jet as well on this. On any occasion, any member of Wayfair or the social manipulation team could text the link to a positive story about Mr. Baldoni or a negative story about Ms. Lively and ask that someone boost the story to the public or engage in the comments to fuel the desired narrative. On August 18, Mr. Baldoni circulated a TikTok video in which the poster criticized Ms. Lively for not speaking about DV in a press interview. A member of Ms. Nathan's team responded she should let digital know. See Thick Jewish Girl TikTok. If you want to check it out, it's at Thick Jewish Girl. During the same period of time, when media sources inquired about HR complaints that were made on the set of the film, Ms. Nathan, Ms. Abel, and their teams worked to suppress coverage of these HR complaints. Further, on around August 18th, media outlets directly inquired about HR complaints made on set because they were being told there were at least 3 HR complaints filed against Justin Baldoni on the set of It Ends With Us, and inquired if the complaints were investigated and what the results were. By this time, individuals at TAG, Ms. Nathan and Ms. Abel, were aware of the existence of HR complaints and sought clarity as to the specific HR complaints at issue in order to better conduct them in the press. Hey guys, read the TMC thing regarding the HR complaints. Our understanding is that 2 were from Blake, and the Smexy comment is the additional one from the thing with Jamie and her apartment in New York City. Just want to clarify. Approximately 1 minute later, Ms. Abel asserted the need to position the claims as claims that are already out there about the kiss and the weight comment, referencing earlier public reporting by TMC on Mr. Baldoni's lingering kiss with Ms. Lively and Baldoni's comments regarding Ms. Lively's weight on set. TMC Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni, she felt kissing scene lingered too long. Feels he fat shamed her. I think we need to position it as the claims that are already out there about the kiss and the weight comment. All around the same date, Ms. Nathan directly engaged with several media platforms discussing the issue of the HR complaints made against Mr. Baldoni while on the set of the film. On August 15, Ms. Nathan texted Ms. Abel that DM hounded me, HR complaint. She stated that DM is not running any content about it, continuing, Jen, this went so well, I'm effing dying. I have to call you later in a bit and tell you how this went. DM. It was genius. So, okay, we'll have the four majors standing down on HR complaints. I think we're fine on that bit. During the same period of time, Miss Nathan and her team attacked, planted, or otherwise were involved in generating or influencing the content publicly put forth on social media, including Reddit and TikTok, as well as online media sources. For example, August 13, various text messages were exchanged between Ms. Abel and the journalist Sarah Nathan, who, as explained above, is Melissa Nathan's sister. These messages consisted of draft of a story outlining Miss Lively's role in making final cuts to the film. After Sarah Nathan circulated draft language related to Miss Lively's involvement in the different cuts of the film, Miss Abel sent Sarah Nathan revisions to the draft, which Sarah Nathan offered to amend. On the same day, an article authored by Sarah Nathan titled Blake Lively Approved Final Cut of It Ends With Us, amid feud with co-star director Justin Baldoni, which was published in page 6, owned by the New York Post. The article addressed, among other topics, Miss Lively's role in approving the final cut of the film, but emphasized how Miss Lively contributed to almost every aspect of the film, that her husband wrote one of the most important scenes in the movie, and that she was begged to remove one of her song choices from the film despite Mr. Baldoni's ownership of the right to the book via his production company, Wayfarer. The language contained in the article is almost a verbatim copy of the language exchanged between Sarah Nathan and Miss Abel via text, and reflects multiple of Miss Abel's revisions to Sarah Nathan's original proposed draft. Tag publicly shared this article on one or more social media platforms, including Reddit, prompting various negative comments in relation to Miss Lively and her husband, and the narrative that Miss Lively steamrolled or bulldozed Miss Baldoni and the film for her own personal gain. Something funny nice. Reddit. Foxmore. Comment exclusive. The very same day, Miss Nathan sent an article from the Daily Mail entitled "Is Blake Lively Said to Be Cancelled?" String of hard-to-watch videos that had surfaced following tone-deaf Q&A to promote It Ends With Us could tarnish. We read that before. Miss Abel stated, "You really outdid yourself with this piece," and Miss Nathan responded, "That's why you hired me, right? I am the best." Following the August launch of Miss Lively's hair care line, Blake Brown, which she spent 7 years building, jeepers, no, she didn't. She paid someone to slap her name on it, allegedly, maybe in Minecraft. The Instagram account of the brand was flooded by harassing and derogatory comments, including many posted by user accounts that had no followers and no prior posts, suggesting inauthenticity, and which did not relate to the brand's products. To take just one example, one comment posted on the Blake Brown account by a user that, as of December 19th, 2024, show user metrics indicating 0 posts, 0 followers, and 0 following, commented, "How about you stop paying the media to trash and smear Justin? That would be a good start, you awful human being." Also, user, also 000, "We want Justin's cut of the movie. He actually care about DV." Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Sarowitz, along with Mr. Heath, not only encouraged efforts to target Miss Lively and her family, but they went as far as to provide input and ideas to negatively influence the narrative against Miss Lively. Oh. Why do I need to become a member of what? Yes, thick Jewish guy. Girl, thick Jewish girl. How long would this go on for? I promised my mother I would do her shopping. Uh, cheapest. When is the exhibits coming? It'll go on for probably about half an hour. I need some food. Now I can't remember where I was. Yes, this was the one. Yeah, it's roughly another 11 pages, I think. This really makes me wonder about all the insanity surrounding the Princess of Wales when everyone went crazy over that stupid photo. What's the difference between Taylor Swift and a stale Pepsi? The stale Pepsi won't write a song about me after you dump it. That's true. You really need to become a member. You'll be fine and fit in here like a glove. Helena is friends. Yet no accent on the E. Can I ask you? Oh, no, she's from Austria. Who the hell is Blake Lively? She is the lady who was sitting on a buoy with a shark trying to attack her in the shallows. Helene, if you're talking about the Discord is free to be a member of, and because again, it's free. Doesn't want to show the O face on stream. What's on those other monitors? Over here, I have my YouTube. On this one, I have my Discord. If any of my moderators was to text me, I missed something. I have the text over here, and I have you in front of me. I'm always okay. I just need a little break. See you later, Pimpinella. You were yelling something like, "Here it comes," before you blacked out. That's my yeah. Blake Lively played, but you don't know who she is in because she has her outfit on. Ironic, not iconic. This wouldn't even have come out if Baldoni didn't try to change the narrative by hiring another PR company because he was paranoid the harassment would come out. Yet he called himself out. Again, this is one side of it, and as other people who have covered it reminded us, is the attacks on him could also be a PR because apparently there's some rights issues and stuff like that, and it probably wasn't the best set, but there's a lot of receipts in this. The question is, can they get the same receipts from the other side that they hired another team? Then it can turn into a hell. But they have a lot of receipts in all of this. She was in the Sisterhoods of the Traveling Pants. I didn't understand that movie. Every girl could fit in the same pair of pants. That's some elastic. Yes, Helena, if it was the Discord, this is the link. Just jump on it, and the voice chat is open. Everyone can sit in there and chit chat. I don't keep tabs on my own Discord, so I don't know when the next crafting stream is. I would have to switch team for Blake. Au revoir. She's very beautiful. She seems like she's a good sport with the constant banter she has with her husband. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But again, you can switch the route around. But the funny thing I'm starting to think now is, and don't take this as a criticism of anyone, But how many YouTubers with considerable following is being approached asking to do stuff like this on the daily? Could be interesting to find out how review channels or other channels who dig deep into all of this gossip, how many of those gets, let's say, $1,000 to do a stream about stuff like that? I would do it for $500. And because again, we see these constant. We all when we follow things, we see the pressure online. How much of it is true? At least go and check out the not safe for work section. Do I have a not safe for work section? Taylor Swift would write a song about me, but I wouldn't switch for her too. Too young for me. Well, she's 36, isn't she? Ask you to take off your shirt, Baker. You should sue. Well, it comes with the territory. No one wants to see me shirtless. I need to lose a lot of weight. I'm supposed to take my mom to these gardens with my sister. A lot of regrets. I do not have a not safe for work. Well, I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm boring. I designate a page to not safe for work content. Well, I'm not sure you have. Well, we'll see that. Back to the reading. Nice to take a little break not reading. Additionally, on August 15th, Mr. Baldoni texted Ms. Nathan and Ms. Abel, stating his business partner, Mr. Sarovich, suggested flipping the narrative arising from an unnamed source who had made false claims about Miss Reynolds' involvement in the script of the film and suggested ways to manipulate those rumors to make Mr. Reynolds appear to be anti-feminist. There was no truth to these claims. No worries, quickly. My partner Steve asked about flipping the narrative from this leak this AM about Ryan saying script was a disaster and he saved the movie, to something about Ryan claiming the female hire was feminist writer didn't know how to tackle a female film, etc. That's what I just said earlier, and that's not because I don't like women. It's because most of the feminist movies are crap. Not even women want to see them. Using their own words against them. Miss Nathan assured Mr. Baldoni that this is an easy flip before indicating that she was already working on a story for Variety that could achieve such a goal. As of August 16, Miss Nathan was continuing to confer with additional reporters to release stories that would cast Miss Lively and or Mr. Reynolds in a negative light. Meanwhile, Miss Lively neither publicly commended nor directed any of her representatives to comment to or engage with the printed media, social media, or otherwise about the hostile work environment Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heat, and Wayfair created. Indeed, throughout the time period discussed herein, Miss Lively did not provide her publicist with details about the hostile work environment that she, alongside other cast members and crew, had experienced. Again, you could take this as, oh, she didn't tell anyone, or she went behind the back of her publicist to keep it hidden. Again, devil's advocate. Moreover, Miss Lively expressly instructed her publicist not to engage with press inquiries, including ones regarding the on-set behavior of Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heat, and Wayfarer. Experiencing the very sudden tidal wave of the increasingly negative public attention building around her, however, Miss Lively began to suspect that the extraordinary rapid shift in public sentiment and press coverage that began immediately after the rest of the cast and crew attended the world premiere was likely orchestrated by the men about whom she had raised HR complaints. Mr. Baldoni retaliated because HR complaints regarding his behavior threatened his feminist brand. On information and belief, Mr. Baldoni was desperate to suppress any suggestion that he engaged in inappropriate conduct, much less sexual harassing conduct, because it would entirely undermine his carefully curated public image as a feminist ally. In 2017, Justin Baldoni presented a TED Talk entitled Why I'm done trying to be man enough. Mr. Baldoni challenged men to be man enough to stand up to other men when they hear locker room talk, when they hear stories of sexual harassment. You can see it here. Mr. Baldoni asked listeners, will you actually stand up and do something so that one day we don't have to live in a world where a woman has to risk everything and come forward to say these words, me too? During the TED Talk, Mr. Baldoni displayed numerous screenshots of media coverage of himself from various sources as examples of his decision to use his social platform as a kind of this Trojan's horse, wherein he could create a daily practice of authenticity and vulnerability. Mr. Baldoni then claimed the responses had been incredible. It's been affirming, it's been heartwarming. I get tons of love and press and positive messaging daily. If you are in it for the press and the positive messaging, you are a phony ally of women. You are doing it for your own behalf. You are not doing it to raise awareness or anything else. You are doing it to further your brand. Around the same time of that TED Talk in 2017, Mr. Baldoni announced the launch of a man talk show through his media company, Wayfair Entertainment, called Man Enough. Through that show, Mr. Baldoni sought to have a public conversation on camera that he had never seen men have. Justin Baldoni, Man Enough, Undefining My Masculinity, Harbor 1, 2021. Me and Brandon will start Not Men Enough tomorrow, where we will discuss why we don't buy into that crap and instead just will be men and protect women, not try to make a public display of how good we are, because we know real men acts, they don't talk. Two things can be true. She can be a total leftist bitch, and he can be a fake feminist. Exactly, Wallstrom. You're right. Hey, what? Hey, Fox Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are reading the complaint Blake Lively have filed against her co-star, producer, Mr. Baldoni in the It Ends With Us movie. It's a movie that made $340 million, and apparently, according to Blake Lively, there was harassment on set, there was unwanted sexual touching, some lingering kissing. Blake Lively felt she was forced to participate in a meeting with her booblets out. Again, it's her side of the story. So this could be an AHJD story. We don't know, but we are reading it. So far, they bring a lot of receipts to show that he's at least trying to craft a media narrative that shows she is the bad person and Ryan Reynolds as well. Hey, I'm doing aerobic. I was supposed to do aerobic today. It got canceled. I'm doing it tomorrow. Well, and again, this can be both ways. We don't know. Yeah, and as I said earlier, the astroturfing, it makes you wonder how much of it goes on, because we know that movie companies buys YouTubers and TikTokers to try and craft a narrative of how great their movies are. So how much of this really goes on when you go on Reddit, if you go on YouTube? Again, I would do it for 500 bucks. Yeah, you should do a talk. Valhalla, he did one veteran show. He should do more of them. He's great. Sounds like a lot of people were backing her side of the story. Yes, that's apparently that's happened. They all do it, higher PR. You think that's false? No, I don't think it's false. I know that everyone does it. As I said 5 minutes ago, she could also have been placing bad stories about him in the press. We don't know. This is one-sided. Could be it's her crisis PR team right now. I don't know. I haven't. I'm just reading whatever it is I hear. Mr. Fig Talk was listening to the Gruden story of Janikowski kicking field goals wrong. Well, being a kicker isn't that hard. Yeah, but again, YouTubers do the same. They buy views, they buy subscribers on their channels. This is the plight of the social media, that you can buy whatever you want: a good story, bad story, subscribers, views. It's funny how you sometimes come into a chat and say, "Oh, they have 2,000 views on this video. That's good," and then you see they have 27 likes. I have more likes than that, I hope. I have 171 likes. Yeah. I still want a direct digital forensic examination of the text. Apparently they are from a public request, so it would be hard to fool them. Valhalla only covers Taylor Swift. I know he's a big Tay-Tay fan. Yeah, but sometimes we read it. It's the same with the complaint against Garth Brooks. We also read that, and that didn't really make sense. I don't know what happened to that case. Sign Baker up for game day. Paid for speech isn't free speech. No, but commercials are commercials. You're allowed to buy speech. Again, I would do it for less than the other people. Allegedly, cast members know about the harassment because they were witness to a lot. Even a few have harassed themselves. If this becomes a lawsuit because it's only a complaint, as how we see. Yeah, let's go see what happens. I'm going to take the stance. They are both a-holes until proven otherwise. I agree with you, Brandon. Yeah, but the difference is we kick the ball all the time. American says, "Oh, we call this football, and we have that little skinny guy come in twice a game." Yeah, but it's just like lawyers. Some people can't get by without doing a lot of ambulance chasing. Oh, you can't say that because they're not allowed to do it. No, but some people will go a long way to stretch the truth. Just go look at the. I probably shouldn't say his name. T Swift is Blake's kid's godmother. I'm jealous. Well, you have to have your own kid and then call Tay Tay. In one episode of his show, Man Enough, Mr. Baldoni hosted a roundtable with really strong men, including Mr. Heath and other, in reaction to the hashtag #MeToo movement, to collectively learn from each other, from expert, and hear firsthand from women, and try to figure out how we can be better allies in our responses and in our actions. That is Jamie Primo. Justin Baldoni knows the most important way for men to be better. Hashtag #MeToo allies is to listen. Stay away from allies. In the episode, Mr. Baldoni questions the group who at this table has seen something and didn't say anything. I mean objectification, harassment, and then not saying anything. It's the same link. In 2021, a Man Enough franchise added a podcast also produced by Wayfarer Studio. Justin Baldoni, Lisa Plank, and Jeremy Heath. The Man Enough podcast premiere YouTube. You can go see it on YouTube. The Man Enough podcast has featured episode entitled Strength in Unity, Men Supporting Women in Leadership, From misogyny's victim to male privilege and modern dating, consent, boundaries, and respect. Another link. Mr. Baldoni stated in his 2017 TED Talk, men are the problem. They created the glass ceiling, and if they want to be part of the solution, then words are no longer enough. By Mr. Baldoni's account, he became a feminist fighting for gender equality so quickly that he hadn't even realized that's what he was trying to do. A lot of links again. In Mr. Baldoni's own words, his activism starts in the mirror with an audience of one. Mr. Baldoni has stated that he feels a deep responsibility to tear down the walls of power and privilege and believes the world needs men to show up, not in big ways, but in hundreds and thousands of little ways to create a better, more equitable, just world. I don't like people who talk about that because over the past approximately 7 years, and as relevant to this complaint, Mr. Baldoni has made the following statements. Let's just shut up and finally listen to the women in our life. Men are going to have to start doing now. Men are going to have to start doing now is recognizing when they made women uncomfortable and didn't realize it. That's not English. I think that's when the other side of the Me Too movement is I'm sorry. Growing up, how many times did I hear bros before hoes? How demeaning, how sexist. We built this system, the opposite of accountability, and now it's time to figure out how, as men, we can break that system. And it starts with showing what a real man is. A real man is someone who says, hey man, we're still friends, but that's not cool. Imagine being sexually assaulted, finally coming forward with this traumatic thing that happened to you, and having people act like you were to blame. It's important for us men to realize how crucial a role bystanders can play in stopping and preventing assault and harassment. How we must be a part of the movement and call for respect and equality for women, act upon the call to action, and continue to perpetuate positive behaviors amongst ourselves and our communities. Are you confident enough to listen to the women in your life? And will you be man enough to stand up to other men when you hear locker room talk, when you hear stories of sexual harassment? All of us have a situation and or a pattern where that we need to end the cycle of. I don't think I have that. First of all, I want men to stop asking the question, why do women stay? I want men to take accountability. I want men to hold other men accountable. Trust me, I do. There's never an excuse, no matter how much trauma a man has. There's never an excuse to lay hands or hurt a woman physically or emotionally. And we have to also understand that the majority of DV isn't physical. These are the scars are invisible. These are things that you know is a mission, is emotional. It's emotional. It's gaslighting. It's all of the various things that so many people experience. Sorry, this is other BS. Has nothing to do with this case. But these are those type of blanket statements that would make Johnny Depp guilty. Because no one should ever say no. If a woman harasses you, it's your problem. If a woman beats you, you should just take it like a man and shut up because she is the victim. That's other BS. Every person on earth is worthy of a respect, being treated correctly. But if someone punches you, you are allowed to restrain them. If someone psychologically treats you like crap, you are allowed to say no. That's the thing everyone forgot in the Me Too movement. Women do it as well. It's always what should men do? Podcasts like these are just so he can go out and call himself an ally. Real allies don't sit around and tell everyone else, oh, you should be better. No, you start by being better. You start by raising your kids right. You start by showing it in the community. And you don't sit there and do all the, oh, I'm such a good person. The rest of the world should be like me. You lead by example and you recognize that not all men are guilty and not all women are innocent. I hate that men is not allowed to share that maybe they have been experiencing DV as well. It's it's that's one of the downsides about the Me Too movement is, oh, men are always horrible people. If you grew up in an environment so you believe all men are that, it's probably a you problem. I hate that. I think we judge enough women and victims, but the real question, why do we keep allowing men to harm? Why do we keep allowing women to harm? 43% of all uh, lesbian relationships are violent, I believe it is. In sum, Mr. Baldoni has crafted a public image of himself as not just an ally, but also a fierce advocate for women. Contrary to this image, as set forth in detail above, Mr. Baldoni has spent the last several months of significant resources of his goal of wanting to bury and destroy Ms. Lively for raising concerns about he and his CEO's harassing behavior and other disturbing conduct. Miss Lively, her family, and her business has suffered and has been substantially harmed by the Wayfarer Party's conduct. While there was considerable online coverage of the film and Miss Lively leading up to the film's nationwide release in US theaters on August 9th, that coverage was mostly neutral. Some online discussions reference an apparent feud between the cast members, but they included a smaller percentage of negative and positive mentions. Soon, however, Miss Lively and her team became aware of an increase in negative media articles and social media coverage about her. The significant spike in the volume of negative sentiments towards Ms. Lively included notable spikes at approximately August 8th and 14th and continued to trend mostly negative for the remainder of 2024. Net volume of positive and negative mention of Blake Lively. Wasn't that she had great PR leading into it either. Indeed, as noted above, TAG itself noted a shift due to their efforts as early as August 10th. As of that date, the sentiment towards Ms. Lively turned toxic with a sudden increase in negative comments, including hypersexual content and calls for Ms. Lively to go F herself. Nearly decades-old interviews of Ms. Lively resurfaced, commenting on her tone, her posture, her diction, her language. At Pocket Sarah, Blake Lively is a C word. I'm totally not Mo. Is it you, Mo? You're a piece of shit. Generally, go F yourself. Fluffy Pink Unicorn 7 on Reddit. Bottle blonde plus long legs plus fake titlets. Brains, judgment, and humility. Blake Lively. Kettlebell fetish Reddit. Even with the nose job, she's such a butterface. Great body, hair, but odd face, and that body would be so easy to dress. Just a dream body, and nothing fits right. Odd clashing colors, just tacky. Creative ad 9660. Boobs Lexi. Chick 36351. Well, Blake, B word. She's always been. Nice to see people realize it now. Also, way too much plastic surgery. Martin 2752278838. At Blake Lively is a PDF file supporting bully. Super Goose. Liz tag the B word Blake Lively. Blake equal PDF file. My opinion, my facts. At Blake Lively, you are such a B word. What a horrible, rude B word you are. I cannot believe somebody effed you, made a kid with you, married you, and now has to be stuck with your B word ass. OMG Lamau. I would run. Beth Shilliday. Blake Lively taking a social media break after being labeled a mean girl amid it ends with us backlash. Yahoo Entertainment. They did. They tried to, but the problem is the HR is the same people they were complaining about. We don't know all those things happen. No, and that's why my title is. It could be something, or it could be the next Amber Heard. We don't know. But people are nice on the internet. No, but it made $344 million on a $25 million budget. Miss Lively was criticized for how she was marketing the film. She was repeatedly called a bully, a mean girl, and controlling. It's like Jamie. And was criticized for allegedly marginalizing Mr. Baldoni, among other things. I can't see where it. Articles which members of the tag team and Jones Works team working on behalf of Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair credited themselves with influencing, dissected Miss Lively and contemplated her cancellation. Oh, where's this from? Oh, it must be. Oh, okay. On information and belief, the Wayfair team seeded social media content into publication with small audience and lax editorial standards, and then fed those posts and or articles to publications like Page Six, Newsweek, New York Post, TMZ, and BuzzFeed. These publications have a larger audience and greater reach, which significantly amplified the negative sentiment towards Ms. Lively. Content from low-influence sites were often linked or referred in articles of these high-influence platforms. And there's a ton of claps here. Page 6. Blake Lively once snapped at reporter for asking about Penn Badgley romance. I thought you were supposed to be classy. Blake Lively called out again for repeatedly using problematic transgender slur in resurfaced interview. Oh, I remember that one blowing up. Blake Lively under fire again for using transgender slur in multiple resurfaced interviews. How Blake Lively keeps getting it wrong. Ryan Reynolds' wife is criticized for glossing over DV, doing press for It Ends With Us amid rift with director, and it's just the latest in a string of controversies for the star. Blake Lively was effortlessly rude on It Ends With Us set, says Insider, but Justin Baldoni was problematic too. I got this impression from Justin that he was just really, really stressed and fatigued about the constant inability to control the project he was making, so much so that when you ask him questions, he'd be like, well, just ask Blake. Because when Blake got there, she would have a lot of really strong thoughts and feelings. Jenna Kramer reacts to Blake Lively's domestic DV comments, insists it does define you. Lively notably had been slammed by social media users for marketing her Blake Brown hair care and Betty Boss alcohol brand while promoting the movie. Meghan McCain slams insensitive and strange Blake Lively over It Ends With Us controversy. I don't understand why she's famous. Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni's reported onset clash shows how their feud really began. She knows. Oh, it's she knows. It's a film, something. Lively wasn't engaged in the filming process and wanted to get out of shooting the moment she could. The real reason why Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni It Ends With Us feud has upended plans for sequel. Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni feuds upend sequel. The social manipulation campaign engineered by Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair helped create and sustain a negative news cycle and social media algorithm around Miss Lively. The online narrative continues to trend more negatively as compared to weeks and months prior to social manipulation campaign, as reflected in the sentiment charts dating from publicity events on June 13th through the present. Yeah, that doesn't look too good. This was precisely the effect that the Baldoni Wayfarer team hoped to achieve. They manipulated the social conversation to discredit and bury Miss Lively in retaliation for reporting her concerns about harassing and unsafe conduct during the production of the film, and in the hopes of deterring Miss Lively from potentially taking those same concerns public. This campaign has been devastating to Miss Lively, including by causing substantial harm to Miss Lively, her family, as well as her business and all the people who work for each of them. Unlike Wayfarer and Mr. Baldoni, Miss Lively has been precluded from not only experiencing the success of the film, but also from having the ability to engage further with her business fans and social media followers without immediately triggering an onslaught of hateful comments. Instead, Miss Lively and her family has been forced to contend with a wide-reaching negative media campaign. When it became clear that this media blitz was the result of an intentional, seeded, cultivated, and financed campaign against her, Ms. Lively began to experience mental, physical, professional, and financial harm that continues to this day. The effect on Ms. Lively's professional life were immediate and substantial. Given the ongoing nature of the campaign and the associated negative public sentiment, Ms. Lively did not believe she could proceed with public appearances or events without being forced to openly discuss what happened on set. For example, Ms. Lively canceled a critical target corporate event for her hair care company, and she backed out of her scheduled role to host the premiere episode of the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live in December 2024. The retaliation campaign against Ms. Lively has damaged her company as well. The long-planned launch of her hair care line, Blake Brown, a date which was set more than a year prior to the date selected, not by Ms. Lively, for the release of the film, was caught up in the crossfire of the negative environment against Ms. Lively. Initially, before the social manipulation campaign started, Ms. Lively was informed that Blake Brown was Target's largest hair care launch on record. Based on internal sales projections, the sudden and unexpected negative media campaign launched against Ms. Lively's depressed retail sales of Blake Brown products by 56 to 78%. This dramatic drop was completely at odds with the high satisfaction score that Blake Brown products received in the significant consumer testing performed before launch of its initial success after launch. Around the same time, the social media account for Miss Lively's brands, including Betty Buzz and Betty Booze, was flooded by hateful comments, which began to echo through other social and traditional media outlets. On information and belief, the Astroturfing campaign was responsible for this wave of comments. None of Miss Lively's businesses could operate as they ordinarily had before. Instead, the Baldoni Wayfarer Astroturfing campaign forced each of Miss Lively's businesses to go dark on social media in August. Miss Lively did the same for nearly 2 months, and during this time was unable to market or promote any of her businesses, all of which rely on her support, causing issues with many business partners and customers. Moreover, when Miss Lively limited comments on her personal Instagram account to limit the toxic harassment she was receiving, those users simply migrated to the social media accounts or websites of Blake Brown, Betty Buzz, and Betty Booze. Many of the negative comments on these businesses' social media accounts and websites had nothing to do with the products or brands, but instead referenced the film, Mr. Baldoni, and or Miss Lively as a bully or mean girl. The emotional impact on Miss Lively has been extreme, not only affecting her, but her family, including her husband and 4 children. There are days where she has struggled to get out of bed. I have that problem every day. And she frequently chooses not to venture outside in public. While she has fought to maintain her personal life and business interests, behind closed doors, she has suffered from grief, fear, trauma, and extreme anxiety. She also has been experiencing repeated and painful physical symptoms as a result of the experience. Mr. Reynolds, too, has been affected mentally, physically, and professionally by his wife and children's pain. Worst of all, however, had been the impact on their young children, who have been traumatized and emotionally uprooted in ways that have substantially impacted their well-being. These are but a few examples of the substantial harm caused by the malicious campaign which pervaded and continues to pervade all aspects of Miss Lively's life. Miss Lively never sought out conflict with Wayfarer, Mr. Baldoni, or Mr. Heath, but instead consistently attempted to speak up for a safe and respectful workplace privately in the hopes of protecting herself as well as the cast and crew without jeopardizing a film that she believed could make a difference in people's life. In response, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and those working for them sought to destroy Miss Lively and anyone else who knew the truth. Miss Lively's discovery of the full extent of the retaliatory campaign launched by the Wayfarer parties has left her with no choice. Through this complaint, Miss Lively seeks to set the record straight, to hold the Wayfarer parties and associates accountable, and to shine a light on this new form of retaliation so that it will not be used against any other who seeks to stand up and speak out against sexual harassment. Therese AK TikTok. Well, now I know what not to buy. Thank you. Catherine Art Design. Blake Brown Beauty Instagram comment. Be ashamed. A great opportunity was missed to share a great message through the film where it would have made a big difference in many lives. Now remember, she will make up a story where she is the victim so that others feel empathy for her. Serentara Lily. Blake Brown Instagram comment. Nobody is going to buy this crap now. Good job in ruining your brand before it even started. Nasty Mean Girls never prosper. Hollingsworth. Blake Brown Instagram. Oh, no thanks. Why would anyone buy your beauty products? More overpriced junk by a vapid and narcissistic celebrity. I would rather spend my money with someone who can actually care about women. Take this crap and your flaws and sit on it. That's the 63 pages of the complaint. David, it's this long. When is showing a person your wife's childbirth video at work acceptable behavior ever? I don't know. It seems really, really weird to me. Now we have all the exhibits. I hate that. Who prints an email? Please consider the environment before printing this email. No one prints an email anymore. These are the rules that they wanted in place for the rest of the shooting. That's Exhibit A. Exhibit B is more rules that they agreed to with the intimacy. This is signed by Jeremy Heath and Blake Lively. Dropbox sign. Exhibit C. It ends with us. Logline. Oh, this is the. This is how they were supposed to promote it. And what to avoid, focus more on Lily's strength and resilience as opposed to describing the film as a story about DV. Empowerment is not just about standing up to adversity, but also about having the power to overcome with oneself and grow from it and develop agency to shape the future. Avoid describing the film as a love story, a love triangle. It's a story of Lily learning how to take agency. Avoid talking about the film to make it feel sad or heavy. Avoid talking about the film being representative of every woman's story. There are many stories of DV, and it's just one perspective. Only if asked. That was the strategy that they mentioned. And D is supposedly the press strategy that they used. Many people she had issues working with: Leighton Meester, Anna Kendrick, Ben Affleck, etc. Scenario 3, Ryan comes forward in defense of his wife. Should Ryan come forward in defense of his wife, we'd advise against any direct engagement statement. Crime reporters and those in need of updating would be given a pre-approved line of background attributed to source. I don't know. I don't know how much is true, how much is not true, how much is partly true, how much is partly true. No, I did that already when I saw other people's coverage of it, because again, yes, this is her truth. This is her opportunity to tell what she believes happened. Is it the truth? Probably not. Is it part of the truth? Probably. Is she spinning as much as he's spinning? Yes, because that's what Hollywood does. She has a publicist. She probably have the equivalent to SAC or whatever, WAC, whatever the name of the company was that ran PR for him. She has that as well. Did she have it before? Did she have it later? I don't know. I can't tell you. I can only tell you that it looks like there was a press strategy. Everything in context? No, I don't have that. Other people have come forward confirming what she's saying is true, but are they jumping on a train because now she put out this and they want to be in on the good tides? I don't know. I can't tell you. I can just tell you I just read for 3 hours and 50 minutes. Happy New Year, Dreamer. I didn't see this one. And I'm not sure I'm any closer to the truth than I was before I read it. To me, the text messages, the press strategy, yeah, if they can prove that she didn't have anything lined up and she wasn't guilty on spreading stories about him, it doesn't look good for him. But again, it's not a lawsuit, it's a complaint. It's something that they have to take care of internally. I do know I don't trust anyone in Hollywood, especially after the case we saw 2 years ago. Don't trust anyone, and I don't think because he's using the same attack team that JD did that he is in anywhere comparable to JD. I know some people on Twitter try to saying, well, he's using the same people, so it must be true. No, it has nothing to do with what online agency, because again, the prosecutor, special prosecutor who's now prosecuting Karen Reed, is the same defense attorney who tried to get Whitey Bulger off in court. So just because you hire an attorney doesn't mean that you can. It's apple and pears. It's stupid that people think that it means anything. That company, if you ask them and paid them enough, yes, they would sell you their own mother, because that's how they live. Blake never claimed SA. Yeah. No. It's him kissing her and lingering, and they have the sex standard for what must be when people are undressed and all of that. If that wasn't approved, but again, does it happen in Hollywood all the time? Probably. I don't know. I'm not a degenerate, so I don't go to Hollywood. So I don't know how movie sets are run. I know there was a lot of it after Harry Weinstein. Everyone was focusing on we needed this, we needed that, we needed all of this. There was that thing about his body being hired to do the OBGYN, but apparently, according to Peter Traeger's, it was an actor with an IMDb page, which everyone can get. I know YouTubers who make their own IMDb pages because, hey, you seem famous then. Well, especially when they had a press strategy for the movie not to focus on that part, but being a part of surviving and overcoming. That's also, and if they change the strategy without telling her, yeah, that's, and then use it to backhand her and spread the rumor that she doesn't care about it, yeah, that's stupid. Is this a play for her to be able to possess the rights to the sequel? There's always three sides of the story. That's what some people claim. I don't know. I didn't watch the movie. I don't care about the movie. It means nothing to me. I'm just reading what's in here and finding it fascinating that it made me think a lot about YouTubers and how big you need to be before someone will reach out to you and say, "Hey, $500, can you talk about this?" It makes you wonder sometimes with the channels I follow. Used to follow a lot of the uh, movie channels, and all of them have the same opinion. That's why I stopped following them, because all of them was Star Wars dead, Star Wars shit, Disney's dead, Disney's shit. Is it just because there's a lot of numbers in saying that, because they see, oh, Nerdrotic has a ton of subscribers, I'm just gonna parrot him and do like I do, hope that people want to be in a smaller chat because they can easily be seen in a smaller chat, or is it because everyone has the exact same opinion about every single movie that comes out? That's why I joke around, if I ever had time, I would do a movie channel where I talked about good movies or what I liked in movies. Uh, I I like the Reacher books, and now because the guy playing Reacher in the Prime series, he's kind of a he has a political stand that a lot of the people covering it doesn't like, so they are now conflating that with the series. It has nothing to do with it. It would be the same as all these idiots who said you shouldn't watch Shazam 2 because Zach Levi has a differing opinion than they do politically. It's there's so much manipulation going on online. Since the movie was a relative low profit, no, it was very high profit. It made a lot of money. It made 6 times the production budget. So it's a very good earning movie compared to, especially for that genre, like a kind of a sad story about a DV victim overcoming. If you on a $25 million budget makes 300 million, it's a great movie. I don't know. I think Baker can take Deadpool. Yeah, I probably could, until he regenerates and starts hitting me back. If I could get a sucker punch in, I at least got one in. The idea he's trying to get the rights to it start with us is literally a bullet point in his Megaman. Yeah, but again, could it be right? I don't know. Have a great day, Hedina. On the vi ser ons. Melanie Little said she would have helped Blake Lively out if she had gotten the part that she auditioned for. Oh, Melanie Little auditioned for a part. Oh, that's cool. Yes, that's the thing I'm waiting for. It's the same in the Garth Brooks case. I would love to see his response as well. We saw some of it, but not all of it. And thank you for 3 months. Why would she go through all of this for a writer of a book? She doesn't need it. I don't know. Hollywood is a strange place. Does he even have a side? From what I've read, his lawyer says it's just not true. Yeah, but at some point you need to come up. You have to. Again, this is starting to live online now. They have filed this. You need to combat it some way. who comes up with the marketing plan? Sony and production companies. They made it. Everyone had agreed on it. Box office was 350 million globally. The budget was 25. Seems like it made good. Yeah, that's amazing money. Especially when you look at what Marvel have been doing this year. They have multiple $1 million bombs. So this is a great movie for Sony. Oh, she meant low budget. Well, yeah, this is what a normal movie goes by that doesn't need a ton of CGI and 45 superheroes. I don't know who she is, but it's the same with the 50 Shades of Grey movies. Some of the worst movies ever made in history, and really, really bad adaptations of the books. Not that I've read them, but I've read summaries of them. They made a ton of money because people thought, oh, we're going to go feel that little tinkle in the movie theaters as we did when we read the book. And in reality, it was some of the worst movies ever made, with two planks of wood playing a couple in love with no chemistry between them. The front row of it at a Garth Brooks concert. Well, it's going to be gallons of. She auditioned to play the mom of Blake's character. Oh, how cool. What's my favorite Danish movie? SS Marta. It's a movie that's on every Danish ship have a copy of that movie. Every Navy unit has a copy of that movie because it's Danish sailors who defraud the company, so they believe that the ship makes money even though they never make any money, and they just cruise around in the Mediterranean drinking beer and having a good time. And then the shipbroker needs the ship, and everything ensues, and it's a great movie. Go watch it. I wonder if it made so much because of the underlying drama. No. I think it's because it was a very successful book. Very successful book. Yeah, two planks of. They had no chemistry. Having anyone believing they were in an SM relationship, it would be like people who never ever experienced Smex was trying to write that book. The Da Vinci Code. Yeah, those books really, they were good, but yeah, but I liked him as, what's his name, Brandon Langdon, whatever it was. Before Justin unilaterally changed the PR strategy, he was doing flower shop pop-ups and making bouquets for influencers. The character BL plays owns a flower shop, and her name is Lily Bloom. Yeah, we saw a picture of it, and again, did he shift the PR campaign because he didn't feel it worked? Did he shift the PR? I know there's been a lot of talk about some of the trans things she said. I don't know what it is. Is it because of that they thought, oh, we have to change it because she's hurting the movie? Or did they come because they put it out there? I don't know. All I know is I read for 3 hours and 50 minutes, 62 pages of a complaint that this far is her words against his. We have some text messages that alludes to some kind of setup, but it could also be running a defense and saying, yes, our defense is really working. I have no sides in this. I don't know enough about this, and this isn't a lawsuit. It's like reading an affidavit where people allegedly did this, and this. We'll have to wait for a potential lawsuit, a potential settlement to find out if we're ever going to find out what, if anything, is the truth. Because so far, all I can do is speculate, and you can do the same. I don't know. I don't think any of the mods are here, but if I can get a hold of Jemima, I might ask her to put it onto the Discord. You can go read it for yourself, dig into it, try and follow some of the links to the accounts. That 000 account, people who all of a sudden is very interested in Blake Lively's life. Yes, it seems like it's a coordinated attack. But you know the internet. Some people get mad at someone and they make 25 sub accounts just to go and every time you block them, they can attack you again. I don't know. I have no idea. It's interesting, especially if it's like that on a movie set in 2024, after all of the history we have on movie sets. But I, for one, was never stupid enough to think that the Harvey Weinstein changed anything, because the casting couch is just as busy today as it was 10 years ago, because there's still 18-year-old men and women looking for a job, and there's still creeps who can do stuff to 18-year-old women, men and women, in a promise of a role, and probably also, but I will not talk about that, way younger than that. Hollywood is a cesspool. Movie business, theater business, music business is made by creeps who will do stuff, promise you the world, and they will chew you up, spit you out. They just need you to make money and maybe give them a little gratification. But one thing I'll still say is, if anyone tells you that they are a male feminist or a female ally or whatever they call themselves, you better run, because no real man would ever call themselves that. We protect women. We don't have to sit and do a podcast about how other men should do as well as we do. We don't need that. Men are rocks. We will protect you. We don't sit there and say stuff like that. I really, really don't like men who are male feminists. Most of the time, we'll find out they are the worst creeps in the world, and they think it's their in to get into the pants of a lady. People will continue to take advantage of other people. Sadly, that's the part of the world we live in. So that's yeah. No, Valhalla, I know you well enough that if you saw any wrongdoing, you wouldn't go back, do a podcast about it. You would make sure that problem ended really fast. But yeah. Well, I didn't see what you was writing, so that's I'm my eyes are tired. I've been doing this for a little while now. But that's 4 hours of a lot of reading, not many breaks. My voice is absolutely gone now, and it's time for me to go make myself some dinner. I hope all of you have a nice Boxing Day, or whatever you call it in the British speaking parts of the world. For us in Europe, happy second day of Christmas. Yeah, especially in woke Hollywood, is a really good place to call yourself a feminist. But I'm gonna jump off, and I wish you all a very happy rest of the day. Go eat some more Christmas candy, or if you ate too much on Christmas Day, go take a walk. Get some exercise. I don't know. Apparently, I'm not allowed to talk about exercise anymore. So,
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has.